Up.
Yeah, so it's funny. Red Dog hadn't planned on coming up, and then when he saw his equipment to help them ride, and here we go. Spongy, nice first hit off that one. Drives out of the first turn, able to put it on rail, and keeping that speed and that flow. Definitely the best rhythm out of his wave.
Very shallow right there, but Sponge Llewellyn-Williams coming through with a 6.67, jumping back up into the first place.
Yeah, and Red Dog answering back. He may have just heard that from the beach announcer. We got Teza down there giving the scores. Over 10 points. That means that you need to get it in 2 different waves. And so we call that being in a combination situation. And so breaking down the slang for the newcomers.
Red Dog took off out the back. Joshy's still milking that one. Red Dog.
And helps that swell in. Here we have up and riding. That is Toby Begg. Nice bank off that one.
Yellow taking off on the insiders. That white fin snapping it. Just going up top. And you can see these right-handers starting to break a little bit farther out.
Finn, beautiful carve right there. Banks it off the section and then taps the whitewash.
Contest. Here goes Red.
Yeah, Jack finally finding some open space here. Drives it, gets a little jam off that.
Rubble buddy in your core in order to move that around.
Ooh,
here we
Cliff
go.
Gralton.
Oh, he rides it out.
Smash off the top.
Yes.
Cliff Gralton just smacking that one hard. Can't get it to connect, but the work was already done. Is legit, and you're super stoked. And here goes Cliff, smoking down the line. Nice cutback. Trying to find that connector. Gets the inside connector. Little tap on the right. Screaming down the line. Trying to stay in front of that section. Giving himself the opportunity. Redirect on the left. Oh, Jesse.
Denny is red up and riding. Christopher Waker. So Chris, he's been on wave skis. He's also did the prone, but Chris was
sucked out again. We've got Surfer and Whiteley Ferrier on another one. Pulls it up, drops back down, staying in the pocket there. Really nice surfing, adjusting his body on the board as he can, and just
him and Annie Goldsmith, Johnny Konings, and Bailey Vanderhoeven were out there, and all showing some really cool ways. But this is that silent killer in action. Look how he just smoothly rail exchange.
Ooh,
gets that tap on the lip line.
Oh, what a wave. That was
connects it and finds that
way.
energy to connect through. So that's Tomoki style. Waves are really improving. And even though there's some whitewash, there's still some transition above that. Still some wave faced on the lower half to deal with. And gets a little tap on the end section. Matt was out there charging. And so he's already holding a 9.0 and a 2.67. I think he'll be able to replace his 2.67.
We go the Royal Rehab replay here.
I figure everyone gets a second chance to surf.
Oh, the goofy footer. Oh, what a nice turn off the top of the lip there. Beautiful cutback.
Hard off the bottom. Really hooks it in the vertical spot right there. Had that bottom not dropped out of that wave, that would have been one big swooping carve, but definitely showing commitment. And
we've got Surfer in Blue, Steve Fox up on a nice one. Oh, perfect wave selection for this one for him. He'll be absolutely stoked. Stays nice in the pocket there, maintaining that speed. Pulls it up and down, off the bottom there.
Tent, our competitor's equipment tent. Kirk Watson, like this, whizzing his way through that section. He's going to get over this bump. Oh. So without out more information.
And here she goes, Surfer in yellow, up and riding. Beautiful wave. She's got a really small board under her feet, which is impressive. Beautiful off the top. Oh, goes for the swing.
Definitely digging her style. Alili, champion adaptive surfer. Big hit off the top there on the end section.
She dropped from left, so here we go. Surfer in yellow, Elizabeth Murray. Scratches in, pulls down, a nice bottom turn off the bottom. Grabs rail, pulls it back into the speed, into the pocket of the wave. Drives it off the top. Doesn't complete
Redirect
that.
with that rail grab to make it over that lumpy spot and give her some speed through the end section there. Last thank you for Elizabeth goes to Matt at Metus Wetsuits for the wetsuits that she needed. High fives along with Gunner, their son, which unfortunately broke his leg. They're unable to come and join us, but they'd be out there smoking it up with these guys in the wave ski division.
Incredible. As we've got some live action here. Richard Thomas from Australia. Really nice.
Malou's up, opening ride.
Beautiful wave.
Banks it off the lip in the steep section, keeping it going. Nice
It
and
worked
solid.
earlier. She got that 7.17. She pulls in, nice bottom turn. Right in the critical section of the wave. Doesn't give it...
Welcome back. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships.
Not working a bit better up there. Who knows? There's Terry from Australia in yellow. Up to his feet. He's got a really nice wave here. He's excellent wave selection. Giving him the time to get to his feet. Holds it strong. Just trimming through the wave there. Sorry, it keeps going.
End section where you can see him on the other angle pull his back foot up and really speed the board up. Here we go. Sakat's on his feet, jamming it. Gets a quick hit off the section right.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Slice of pizza.
All right, shake on it.
Right on.
Done.
So here we have another one.
Staying so busy.
Keeping busy. Here we go. Red, eyeing up that section. That is classic
Goes
Kai.
for this one. Pulls in, drops the hands, switching around. Pulls off the top of that one.
Eights, and we've gotten a couple of nines during the day. And here goes Parker on a gem, taking off around the corner. Now, if he can cut back, he just can't get that cut back. If he can get that, that's...
Welcome to day 2 of competition for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support here in beautiful Byron Bay, New South Wales, Australia. In the booth, Ben Way, joined by my buddy Charles Chaka Webb, Mr. Stoked for Life.
Chee-hoo.
Just took a little spin out there. How's the surf looking?
Well, Main Beach is looking devastating. It's
grindy.
looking unforgiving. But down around the corner, it's looking a lot better. It's looking fun. And you don't have that just straight on, Main Beach is really cooking right now on the low tide. So it's hitting that sandbar real hard. So we'll see what happens up here around the corner. It's a lot more forgiving up here. We got a little bit more size today. Conditions for the rest of the week are epic.
Yes.
No rain. Beautiful wind.
I heard tomorrow might get a little windy.
Tomorrow the wind is, wrong way for tomorrow's wind, so they're going to lay day tomorrow. It'll be Saturday and Sunday, but Saturday and Sunday are forecast for just incredible, beautiful surf. Swell's holding up, and we will most likely, hopefully, be up at Tomos, so we'll get a little bit more bang for our buck.
A little more stretch.
Yep.
Well, out in the water now, we have our blind, partial vision impaired men's heat number 2 with Jack Jackson from Australia in red, Finn Banks from Australia in white. All Australia heat right here. Daniel Toomey's in yellow. And we've seen some great surfing by these guys yesterday. A little bit different conditions for them today.
I think everybody's kind of in a combo from Finn. Finn came out and just laid the hammer down on everybody and just put some giant scores up. I think he had the single highest heat scores of the day, combined total score.
So Finn's the new kid in town as far as this division goes, from Congo Main Beach. And, just showed up for the Aussie titles the other day. And he took that one and then came in, and he's at that age where you never want to get out of the water. So he's doing as many surfs as he can. He's getting this place with only a few other surfers in the water. For all of you who are unfamiliar with our visually impaired divisions categories, the person outside is the spotter. They're the person that kind of lead them around, get them in the right position, also tell them which waves to take. As we got Finn taking a look there. And so the spotter has to kind of spell out what's going to happen, predict what the wave's going to do, and give them a little prediction of what they're going to be dealing with once they take off, since these guys can't see everything. And here we have Jack Jackson, a favorite in this division. Get a nice turn there. Banks it off that section and sticks with it a bit there.
Now, hopefully that will go as a complete. That's always the thing. When you get a little exclamation point, you want to make sure that you ride out of it clean. That way there's no question to say, and red up and riding.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that last one won't count.
This is the replay. So nice turn there, under the lip. He gets a full extension on his knees, but he doesn't really ride out of the whitewash. So.
You also got to see that nose sticking out of the whitewash.
Correct.
Well, the judges do.
Right.
But, wham, what a nice hit under that critical section. So his score is going to come out from that first wave, first turn. Here we go, Finn Banks. Live action. Quick hit there. He's so good at navigating his line. And yesterday he did some of those lip line backside thwacks to get some really high scores. That one didn't have quite enough push to push him back in, but he knows that line. He knows that approach.
And just check out the backhand line right here. Knows to get to the top third of the wave. Move some water there. He wants to get that close snap, that last exclamation point. Goes for it. He knows what he needs. This is the second round of a round robin. He knows what he needs to improve. He threw up some giant scores yesterday. So I think just right now, just kind of feeling really comfortable. And it's great when you can go out in your second heat and just relax.
And already have those two scores.
We talked about that yesterday. When you can at least get one good one, it takes a little bit of pressure off. When you have two really good scores, it takes all the pressure off. You can just go out, surf, and have a great time.
Yeah, and if he's able to stack a little on what he came into this heat with, even better. But Jack Jackson and Daniel Toomey got a couple scores yesterday, but they're not up in the range of Finn's scores. So they're the ones that are out there searching for something better. Yeah,
they're feeling the pressure a little bit if they, want to get that first place, or basically battle for second place. They're going to have to get better position, put up some better scores. And yesterday was a good learning curve for everybody. And look at taking off right here, Finn. Backside.
Like how he rolled in there, stuck with it. He's deciding whether to go or no, but there's that hit in that critical section he's so good at. And that one also, a little bobble in the flats. So we don't know, but he's always fitting those turns before that end maneuver.
Yep, and he's feeling it down the line, that nice little check snap right there. Bop, hits the top, rides out a little, and then digs a rail. So that's going to be up to the judges. Scores in for the first ride of Jack Jackson. Comes in at a 6.0. First ride for Finn, a 5.0, and we're waiting on a second score for Finn right now.
Yeah, so Jack Jackson, one of the big contenders for this division, silver medal at ISA and Pismo in 2022, and four-time Australian champ. And he got first in this contest last year, riding the D-Bird surfboards. And right now we got a little
papers.
Yep.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
we're trying to communicate and give hand signals. Ben's like, dude, you're speaking foreign language to me right now. Had some stats that we keep handy, and
so we
want to always keep those up so we can give you the correct information on previous years and what people's accomplishments are.
Yep, Chaka came correct. He's got the results for the last 3 years of the ASP Tour. So we
actually last 4 years.
Oh, you got the.
All the four. Yeah, we go all the way back to 2022, brother.
Oh, man, look at you go.
I gave that same thing to you,
So here we go. Jack Jackson, boom, nice hit. Dude, these are mine, dude.
Mine are on the backside.
Oh, are they? All right.
Yeah, on the bottom.
Cool. So I only saw the three stapled little stacks, so I thought we had 3 years. I didn't see that last page, but here we go. Jack Jackson not missing the action. Nice speed here. Nice and that was a great hit on the end section.
And second score for Finn is a 6.67. Jack Jackson posting up a second score of a 4.67. So these guys are going back and forth, and it's anybody's game right now. They're throwing scores up very similar to each other.
Yeah, and we've seen Jack Jackson. We also, as we mentioned yesterday, there's a lot of big names that didn't show up this year that would be out in the water giving these guys heat. Aaron Polk, Matt Formston, and a couple other guys that have some good achievements in this partial vision division.
Yep.
And so we're opening up the door for some new heads to get some points.
That's where guys like Finn come in. You know, this kid's just coming out of nowhere. We've never seen him at an event before. And here we got yellow up and riding, Daniel Toomey.
Yep, Dan getting a good one. So Dan just started training in 2024 to compete in last year's event. So he's made big progress. He's out there with his spotter, Sophie Simonson. And, he's super stoked. Got third in the national titles, Australian Nationals. And he is supported by Balina and Lennox Surf. And thanks his family supports him on his surfing journey. But he said he loves the community and being around inspiring people doing what they love and showing that anything is possible. And he's got a great attitude, super fun dude. Jacko Jackson's a musician. And he's got his own Spotify. He's got songs on there. We tried to get him to play at the after party, but couldn't pay him enough. So
it was a no-go on the after party, even with DJ Benway rocking the house.
I'm like, dude,
what's going on?
You gonna play us something? He's like, how much money you got? Told him $5, and that wasn't enough. So there we go. 16 minutes and 30 seconds. And this is kind of like the tides that you were out in the morning. Oh, I'm sorry. No, this is the tide that Mono was out. In the low tide yesterday, and you kind of have this lump where the beach drops off, and so that shore break's just ending in about 6 inches of water.
So the tide gets low right now at 9:53. It drops to a 1.6, stays low at a 1.6 for about 30 minutes, starts to come back up.
Finn up and riding. Nice. Beautiful down carve right there, keeping that speed. Gets a little backside fin drift off that section, but it just ends up in the deep zone. But, wow, if we still got another 40 minutes to an hour of tide dropping, it's going to get even trickier for a little bit.
Nice
and then it's just going to keep improving.
Nice snap by Finn. Trying to get that exclamation point. Not going to really – it might factor in for that 5, that one snap, but it just falls short of that 5 with a 4.80. So Finn throwing that snap up there, not quite factoring into the – and Daniel's first wave comes in at a 2.17, so he's got a little bit of work cut out for him.
I was so excited for day one yesterday that I didn't note down anyone's high scores, so I don't really know what they're trying to replace at the moment. But we do know that Finn Banks had some solid scores in that first round.
So Daniel up and riding. He will get a second score. Not a lot of open face right there for him, but he was able to get up to his feet, and that will get a score. And Finn does have some big scores from yesterday. I'm trying to look those up for us right now, but I'm pretty sure he had a combined score of somewhere in the 18 range. He was throwing up some big snaps.
Yeah, I remember at least one in the excellent range, but probably 2 with the way he was surfing.
And it looks like the swell's just filling in really nice. You can see if you're out there on that bank right there, there's plenty of opportunities right now to catch some waves. As the tide drops, it is going to get a little tricky, The tide drops out here at 9:53, so we've still got a good bit of time before the tide does its thing and starts to come back up.
Yeah, with that increased swell, luckily, I guess it maxed out overnight, but it's supposed to hold through at least the end of our competition day too. But always when you got more swell and you have incoming tide, ocean energy helping that swell in, you're going to see a lot more waves. So I think just from about 10 o'clock, 10:30, we'll start seeing a big surge.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday about what you might rather have to have in a heat on the dropping tide or the filling tide.
So that's red, Sophie Simonson. You could see tapping the wrist. That's the sign language to our beach announcer to give us the remaining time of the heat. They're going to find out they still got a half a heat left, so no panic there. And whenever you see the surfers out in the water putting two hands up, that's a situation call. That means that they're wanting to know where they're sitting, what their last score was, and if it's an elimination round, third and fourth want to know that they're making it through or not, and also what they need.
Yeah, Finn's total score yesterday, two waves total, was a 17.64. That's, I believe, a high for the contest. Red up and riding.
Live action. Jack Jackson, nice snap there. Bottom drops out on the end section.
So Jack's high scores from yesterday was a 4.33 and a 3.43, so he's already replaced one of those. Both of those, actually. He's replaced both of his scores. So he's bettered his complete score line. Finn has got some real work to do. He had a 7.97 yesterday and a 9.67. So he had some huge scores. So he's just out there kind of doing a victory lap.
Yeah, and also, I mean, Finn's a little bit lighter, a little more springy. So he was able to get some really high scores in the smaller waves. Jack Jackson, a little bigger, a little heavier. He's benefiting from a little more size and a little push behind him today. And
Daniel actually has already bettered both of his scores from yesterday. He had a 1.50 and a 1.83. So today he's got that 2.17 and a 2.47. So two of these guys have already bettered their score lines from yesterday. And Finn's just kind of trying to match that 9.67 that he got yesterday.
All right, this looks like Dan, little late takeoff there.
And again, if you're unfamiliar with this division, it is partial vision, so you have a vision impairment. You're not totally blind. With this assisted division, they are allowed verbal assistance, no physical assistance. So that's why they have a spotter out there. A lot of them have their own language that they call out how close the wave is, how steep the wave is, which way you're going to go. So all these teams work together and kind of have their own languages and how they do that verbally, and you've got to kind of witness that.
I worked as the spotter for Matt Formston at Year Comp.
Yep.
And some of the scariest conditions that I could have, the 10-year code red swell in Oceanside.
Yeah.
Luckily, we're on the north side of the pier, which drains off that current. But I took Formston out for a free surf, and he forgot to put his blind surfer jersey on. And it was the first swell that Northside had seen in months. So all the heavies were out there, and I go, hey, this is my buddy. He's blind, so just kind of keeping. They were going, what are you talking about? It was like 5 foot, but yeah, it's amazing the heightened senses outside of vision that they get just from having the reduction in their vision,
right.
The hearing, the feeling. Matt said that he can feel the water sucking towards the wave when he needs to duck dive.
Right.
And so I was like, man, do I need to tell you when to go under the wave? What's going on?
Right.
We got our language going. But here we go. Finn doing a little fade, trying a little front side out. Then had enough transition to reform it, try out the backside. Not one of his better wave selections, but he just wants to keep surfing. That's all he wants to do.
Again, he's just doing a victory lap. He's just kind of knows that he has huge scores from yesterday. That was a nice little turn right there, kind of redirect, not on the open face, not really going to go down as a huge score. He's got a 4.80, a 2.83. His scores that are holding today is a 5.0 and a 6.67, but they're not matching the scores he had yesterday, a 7.6 and a 9.67. So,
well, you can see how it's kind of almost breaking below sea level in the shore break as the water's falling off that sandbar.
It's going to get worse.
This is pretty much until we hit that bottomed out low tide. These will be the trickiest conditions,
right?
And it'll only get better from there. Then when we get the tide to where it's moving up and the shorelines where this lady's walking right now, we'll have that inside sandbar with that whitewash really reeling through. Your last wave of your heat, man, we thought it was over halfway through, and you kind of did a little pocket barrel ride, just stretching that all the way to the sand.
It stood up a little bit, and I thought maybe there might be a chance, but maybe we'll get that one on Saturday.
But yeah, definitely the star bar is right there on the bottom third of your screen, so we need that to fill in.
You really, I talked about this a little yesterday. You have to commit to the ledge, man, and it's intimidating because it looks like you're right on the sand, and White up and riding right now going left.
Man, driving it across here. He's eyeing up that section. Boom, goes for a little front side click off of that one.
He's just having a great time. Finn knows he's got some good scores in the bag. Rare left here. So just kind of doing the hop, eyeing down the line, feeling it, trying to bust those fins loose.
Another thing to remember is when you're going left, almost no one goes left. Unless you get the high tide.
Right.
But when you're going left, you're also fighting against the current. So trying to make speed down the line, fighting that current going against you, as well as trying to make speed on the wave. He's got two forces working against him, and he was still able to pop the tail out.
And it looks like red on this one, Jack Jackson. Nice little turn, staying kind of with the pocket, but not able to draw it out.
You also kind of it seems like you get the little backwash coming off of that shelf on the inside at this tide right now. Not your normal backwash that you'd get off of the beach, but it's falling off of that steep spot.
Yeah. That
little gully on the inside, and that's what pushed him out the back on that one.
And again, it's standing up on the inside. You really have to kind of commit to going over that. And the way that this wave works, it doesn't come straight into the beach. It goes around into the bay. So even though it looks and feels like you're just on the sand, once you catch that wave, you're really going way down the beach really fast. So it takes you kind of inside, and
it's still got that defined point wave shape that just leads the water in the right way and the energy in the right direction.
Right, and that's the thing is you have to just feel like you're going to go over on the sandbar, but it's a great wave. And again, Jack Jackson up and riding.
Jacko, late takeoff on this one, but it's opening up. Oh, nice vertical crack on that one. Now we're talking.
Yes, he's feeling that right there.
So that is a very critical section right there. Showed commitment.
Backside, falls back a little bit behind it. He's able to catch back up to it and just feel the closeout, snap, claim. He's so stoked. And bam, Jack Jackson scores a 7.83, throws him up into first place for the heat.
Well deserved. That was a really tricky section. Always the judges are looking for control, commitment, and those major maneuvers in the critical section of the wave, up where it gets over vertical, and able to show us half of his board above the lip.
That was a beautiful maneuver.
Really nice approach.
You could see how stoked he was. He just did the claim and then was just like, oh, wow, that just happened. So, again, this is the second round of a round robin. Scores from yesterday. Jack Jackson's got a combined 17.64. So that moves, Finn Banks has the combined 17.64. Jack Jackson has that 13.83. Bettered his scores from yesterday. Just trashed those. Those are gone. Has an early 6.0 and just threw up that 7.83. So Finn is still living on his waves from yesterday. Daniel Twomey has also thrown his waves away from yesterday. He's bettered his scores with that 2.17, 2.47. He's still looking for something to kind of put him up in that upper echelon 6-7 range.
But yeah, with that one last wave of Jack, he's starting to nibble at Finn's heels as far as the scores go.
I believe he's out of combination. So he was in combination. He got that 7.83, so now he needs somewhere in that 9 range to get back up there. But conditions offering good scores. The tide's still dropping out a little bit, and there's still plenty of great opportunities out there. You can see that the conditions are holding up. There's no crazy wind. The forecast for the next 4 days is beautiful. No rain. Wind on Friday probably going the wrong way, so it'll be a lay day. And here goes Finn. Backside. Decides not, really.
Yeah, I mean, he last-ditch effort. He kind of looked left, could tell that wasn't going, oh, maybe we'll try the right. But, yeah, a smarter move to just stick where you're at the top of the zone, the primary takeoff zone. Daniel Toomey up to his feet. Better wave here. Get a little more length of ride on that one, so we'll see how that affects his 2 scores. But, man, I really liked watching Jack paddling back from that wave, and just the angle of his head had that satisfied feeling.
Well, again, when you're in combination, it's tough. When you know I need 2 really high scores. To get one of those right off, with how much time do we have left? 3 minutes. There's still enough time for him to put together something, to challenge Finn Banks right now.
Yeah, and also as you were mentioning, that as he's probably needing around a 9, if he's able to improve his situation and scores now, he'll also keep reducing that requirement. So it's not necessarily it has to be done in one wave.
Chip away at it.
You can just start chipping away, chiseling it down a little bit, shaping it out.
But the big thing was to get that high score to get out of combo.
So we just saw White dip out, and so Jack probably had the higher priority. Finn had to dip out and give way to Jack. Oh, man, nice smack on that one. Unfortunately, couldn't push out in front. But as we mentioned yesterday, if you weren't tuning in with us, all of these guys, we use the priority system. So first person gets the wave goes to the back of the line. And if the surfer who has priority, no matter where they are on the wave, you have to give way and not interfere with their line or impede their performance. So you saw Finn, although he wanted that wave, he knew that he had to duck out.
And obviously Finn knows he needs something big, and Finn's looking at that, probably going, that's not gonna do it. So I'll maybe bait him into that, and it comes out at a 4.20, and he needs up in the upper 9s, 9.8, 9.7.
I think the other thing is he knows that he doesn't really need anything.
Right.
So he's just, because the last couple of waves, he's just kind of taken off on some junk waves. It just looks like he's just a frothing Grom that just wants to take a bunch of waves.
Right. But hearing that Jack has scored a 7.83 and knowing
definitely want to put a little more pressure.
Now his requirement is only at, now he's at a combo, and he's, if Finn can throw up a 9, it's possible that his competitor can throw up a 9. So
yeah.
And Jack's surfing good, Jack's putting some good scores together.
These are the conditions that Jack wants.
Yeah, he's been consistent. He's caught the most waves in the heat. He's got some decent, scores up there that he's tossed away, a 4.67, a 4.20.
Man, I'm just finally seeing this. That's the first time I've seen the cloud break out there break and be ridden. So
somebody rode it out there, huh?
Yeah. So Stevie was calling, I think she said that's called middle bar, which makes sense because it's out in the middle. But no one was on it, but we saw a bunch of, pretty decent rideable waves. I don't know how far you got to paddle out to get that. It's pretty far out there.
20 seconds left in the heat, ticking down. White up and riding.
Finn, boom, solid hit right there. Love the style where he tapped the nose. And a little whitewash climb for some flair on the end. Beautiful heat management, getting that last one in the last 10 seconds.
He knows the work is done yesterday. He's just out for a victory lap snap right there. Little float on the whitewater. And he says, you know what? I did plenty of work yesterday. Had a great surf today. Feeling good. That comes through at a 7.0. It's still not going to factor into his overall scores, but today it's his high score. So Jack Jackson claiming the heat today, but the overall round robin, it was Finn Banks taking it down. We're going to take you to a break right now. We'll be right back. Maybe not. Oh.
Yep. We just called it out, Shane. We'll be back.
I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Forward Ability adaptive surfing event, and super excited to see first-timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited, it's electric out here, so much energy. There's a huge crew, the weather has turned it on, it's going to be a sick day, I'm super keen, get some waves with some mates.
We're lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for Forward Ability support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
Sick event, it's cool to have so many surfers out here, and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Cywood, and yeah, it's going to be bad. You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
It's incredible that BrightSky and Forward Ability have put this event on and have made it happen, and yeah, obviously with the support of Cywood. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.
And we are back. This is day 2 of competition for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Just smashed out one heat, morning heat of the day. This is Benway in the booth with Charles Chaka Webb as we have a new heat, a new category in the water. We're in our unassisted prone men, heat number 3. These guys have been ripping through the whole day yesterday. As we have a replay, this is Kai going for his barrel roll. He has been pulling that in a wave pool, and
he was close right there. Look at, he knew.
He said he's going to pull that out in the comp, and
he banged on his board. He wanted to pull that one. He was real close.
So if the tide wasn't on its way out and it was on its way in, I think he would have had the push to come out of that.
Yeah,
that approach was perfect.
That was a good one. So Jay Stevens has a 5.5 on the board. Kai Colas has that 4.83. If he pulls that Rolo, I'm thinking that thing's going nuclear. And it looks like Johnny Konings has a 3.67 on the board. So these guys chipping away at it already. Kai Colas is your current AASP world champ.
Yep, Kai, 3-time AASP world champ, 2024 gold medalist for the ISA, and 2025 ISA silver medalist. And we have a replay of Jay Stevens. You guys and we haven't seen this ride yet, so here we go. Driving across this section, it opens up a bit, puts it on rail, drives it back, setting himself in the pocket here, eyeing up the section, banks it off the lip there.
Nice little tap.
And then comes off of that one, puts it on rail.
gives the hello.
That was a half a claim and half a call to the beach chair to get me back up on the top of the point.
Let's go.
But, yeah, Jay Stevens, we've seen all these surfers surf yesterday. They did some amazing surfing. Jay Stevens, sponsored by Lighthouse Whole Body Health, Aid Station, Sunto Watches, and dad of Kai and Tane. But he took third in his first ever comp in 2024, just after 1 month of parasurfing. So shows how people can just adapt to the sport. And he'd been surfing for, now he's going on 2 years of parasurfing. And he is showing some huge improvement in his riding every wave and every heat. And he's also bumping up those scores. Got my Tech Master Chaka with some of yesterday's high scores, so we know what these guys are trying to improve on.
Yeah, Kai's trying to improve on an 8.67 and a 7.67, so he's living on a 16.34 from yesterday, and it looks like Jay Stevens has already added to his score. He dropped a 3.10 and a 6.57 yesterday. He's going to better that 3.10 with a 6.50.
He another thing,
5.5.
Another thing that Kai said is he goes, I wonder what the judges are going to give me if I pull my Rolo, because no one's really seen it. We haven't seen it attempted. We've seen Joel Taylor do kind of like bodyboard style
360
reverses,
flat spin 360s,
but we haven't seen the Rolo done purposely. I remember we saw one in Pismo. My buddy from Japan got rolled prone by the whitewash, steamrolled, and it steamrolled him right over to where he rode out, but it wasn't on purpose.
Has to be an intentional maneuver.
And we saw that happen yesterday, I believe, in the wave ski.
Yep.
Stevie was like, oh, man, Mick did a no Rolo, but it was actually just the wave rolling over and him being able to pull it together so quick that he was still on the wave. Here we go, Kai Collis dipping out. Looks like he's just searching for a wave they can do that on. He's just so hungry for that maneuver.
He is. He needs to get something with a little more push. He sees this one's kind of doubling up a little bit. Does a nice drop arm turn right there. Gets back out in front of it. He says, you know what, this isn't going to do it for me.
So that drop arm turn earned him a 4.47, got rid of that 2.17.
Yep.
But just as you're saying, he's got scores. Neither of those are even going to factor in.
No.
He's just hungry. But 18 minutes and 30 seconds. This is the unassisted prone. We got two divisions in the prone. We have a prone assist and prone unassisted. In the unassisted classification, it's any surfer who rides in a prone position that does not require assistance paddling into a wave and getting back onto their board safely. And in the assists category, it's the surfer who rides in prone position that does require assistance in the water, paddling into a wave and getting back onto the board safely. So that's what divides these guys, all determined by their physical ability and the degree of their injury.
Right. Looks like the waves are, there is some opportunity. There's kind of like a little lull kind of happening right now.
This happened yesterday, too, when the tide just bottoms out, which it is right now. Watch Kai looking at this one. Didn't have the section.
Yeah, so we've still got another 50 minutes before the tide bottoms out.
So this is the lowest amount of waves that we'll see all day long, as we have that ocean energy trying to suck that swell out to sea and keep it from coming into these riders. But just in about an hour, we'll start to see that opposite energy pushing all of that energy as well as that shoreline to the bottom of where you see your screen right now where it's dry.
And last year, Jay Stevens got 5th place at this event, just missing out on the podium. So he's hungry for it. He wants to better those scores from yesterday, throws down that 5.50. Now he's living on a 6.5 and a 5.50.
So JK out there, Johnny Konings from New Zealand. Here we go. Live action. Love this drone shot. Nice redirect there. He's eyeing up this critical section. That's where Kai gets those high scores. Got it up on the lip line and rode out in style. It's always hard from above on the drone to see how critical it was. Here we'll see it from this angle.
Dug his nose a little bit, drop arm turn, stays up in the section, eyes that spot, just gets up to the top third of the wave, snaps it up. Typical Kai. It's not going to factor in. Drops at, it's a drop at a 3.0?
No, that's his previous wave, I'm pretty sure.
So still waiting on that score. We got a replay for yellow here.
JK, Johnny Konings says, I was mentioned before, or I was starting to mention, Kai and his family, Brooke and Clint Collis, got JK onto the prone program, and Kai helped get him his first board, and so they're part of the Gold Coast Parasurfer crew. We saw their premiere movie the other night, which was super cool, all about the story.
Kai dropping a 6.33 on that. Still not going to factor into his overall scores. This is the second round of a round robin. Kai has a 16.34 from yesterday, so he's trying to get, he's got an 8.67 and a mid-7, so that 6.33 is not going to factor in.
JK popped up at a second with that second wave of 4.73. I'm not sure what he needs, as I'm hinting towards Chalk to open his phone and look it up. Yeah, JK, super cool dude. Him and his partner Charlie have started a merch company to support his journey. It's called Enjoy Your Legs. So find that on Instagram, and you can get some cool merch and just keep up on JK. He's a super cool dude.
So Johnny does replace one of his scores from yesterday. He had a 5.43 and a 3.50, so he drops that 3.50, the 4.7.
And a 3.67. So
Yep. But the 4 is actually going to factor in. He's got a 5.43 from yesterday.
Oh, 5.43. Okay,
yeah, so
cool.
that 4 point.
Look at that. That is one sick-looking board. Got that forward swept quad with the little lightning bolt. Big moontail on it.
Quad.
And so that's a very, very cool-looking board. The fin placement and the fin cluster is kind of reminiscent of the kind of things that the Neil guys are riding.
Yep.
Got that forward step quad that Mono's started that movement with. And that's a really functional setup for the prone as well, because it puts that fin cluster right around where his thighs are on the board,
closer to the hips,
closer to where he's got the feeling as well,
closer to where the pressure is really going to be put on the board when you're leaning into the rails.
Also, the farther up the farther you put up the fins, the less rail you're engaging in the turn. So instead of digging that whole board into a turn, you're able to use different parts of the rail line and keep the other part of the board free.
And there goes JK up the beach with the team. They know time is a factor. 11 minutes left, just over 11 minutes. They're going to get him out as quick as possible. Yesterday, the inside sandbar was relentless. So you got to just get past that sandbar, and then you can paddle out. But getting past that, it is a challenge. So on a wave ski, it was, the water team wasn't there. Russ, Kim, and Jim Russell and Adam Land on the first round. Adam got me out on Adam and Liam when we got out, the white up and riding.
Yeah, Jay Stevens driving it through. He's got a little bit longer equipment than everyone. You can see the fins are a little bit farther back, so he's got a little bit more of a long, drivey line on his board.
Paddles into this one pretty effortlessly with that length and that volume. Got that longboard style, kind of cruising along, hanging onto the rails, knows it's not going to really offer much, so just kind of bails.
Yeah, so the farther the fins are back, the farther the fins are back on the board in these prone guys, the more likely it is to dump them off, because it'll stick that whole rail in the water.
Yep. So Jay, I'm not sure that's going to factor in for him. That 5.0, that 5.5 is going to replace a 3.10 that he's got, but he's got a 6.50 from yesterday. Beautiful shot of the beach.
So
nice drone shot.
Just to give some of our viewers a perspective, just where that blue chair is where the shoreline was when the tide came up yesterday.
Yeah, you can see kind of the darker sand when the high tide comes up. That's where the tide's going to come up all the way. So you can see how much beach is going to get filled in when the tide turns around in about 40 minutes.
And also, I think where this whitewash is just on the right side of our screen, right where that's breaking, is one of the tastiest sandbars that we got. So we need all of that swell where these guys are sitting. We need all of that to move in and start hitting that to really get that perfect shape stretch.
Get those longer rides that are going to take you around the corner into the bay, a little farther into the bay. You can see the current, you can still see it's just draining out on the inside right now. And the sweep isn't really as bad as it's been the last couple days. The sweep looks like it's calming down. And when I say the sweep, it's the water moving from right to left on the inside. And you can see it sometimes, but right now it's really not a factor, which yesterday it was a huge factor on the inside.
What I think's happening is the outgoing tide starts moving it from left to right, and then when the incoming tide comes in, it's moving it right to left. So I think as that tide starts heaving in, I think we're gonna have that river running pretty good with this increased swell.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see that it's kind of not as big a factor as it's been the last couple days. Even with it coming in, you can kind of tell when the tide drains out how fast that water moves. And if it's not moving super fast, then it's going to be a little bit less of a factor. And you can see the layers, though, and that's a beautiful shot of the Shire of Byron Bay and the main beach down to the right. And we're at Clark's right here where that cluster of tents is. And farther up the beach is Tomo's Rock, and then farther up the point is the pass. White taking off.
Yeah, Jay Stevens on a much bigger wave. Good speed here. I like that readjustment. Getting over the tail to get that nose up and over. That was the right approach right there. Unfortunately, just kind of had that wave in front of that one, impeding his ride out, but
you
perfect
can see
approach.
the layers that you get when the tide's dropping out, but watch him lift up, bap, hit the top of that, tries to ride out, but digs that outside rail, or that inside rail, excuse me. Kai right behind him says, no, not doing it.
So I want to take that center fin out of that board of Jay. I think that board would actually go better without that center fin. I think it's kind of getting in his way a little bit.
Go to a quad setup or something like that?
Even as a twin, it's a nice big board. It should have plenty of speed. Doesn't need that extra drive in a prone position. But, man, I've seen a few people take center fins out, and all of a sudden it just opens up a huge range of motion.
I myself have never surfed my wave ski as a quad. A lot of people are like, hey, you're missing out, but the thruster setup.
I haven't seen too many quad wave skis. I just see the small thruster set usually.
Kai fading on this one.
Nice. Brings it back, puts himself in the power zone, sees this double up lump he's got to get over, able to get over that, over the ledge, and goes for the rollout. So the way he's been able to pull that rollo in the wave pool is just put the brakes on and get shoved into it. Not quite enough speed going over that ledge right there.
Yeah, there's just not enough oomph to get his body weight and the volume of this board. Boop. And he needs a lot more power from that wave to help him flip over.
Not to mention, as the wave's breaking with the tide going out, the energy's pulling him the wrong way. It's not pushing him in. As if he had a high tide coming up heat or the tide's rising, he'd have all that behind him.
He's going to get plenty more opportunities, and here we go with Yellow scratching into this one, but not able to get over that lump on the inside. But he's going to have plenty of opportunities to show that maneuver. The waves are still going to be a lot better moving forward. We might move up to Tomo's in the next session on Saturday. We're going to have a lay day on Friday. The wind is going the wrong way. So the forecast for Saturday and Sunday is prime.
We need to see that thing ridden out just so we can see exactly how the judging goes for that maneuver, because it's never been done in competition.
Well, they're seeing him attempt it. So they're
already chewing on it.
Yeah, so here's Yellow up and riding.
JK, nice line on this one. Redirects using that outside hand. Big bounce there, sticks with it. I like that nice thick design. He gets in the wave super quick.
Quick replay. You can see the volume on that board. Grabs the handle, stays up in the pocket. Kind of does that drop arm, little turn on the outside. Staying with the white water, bouncing around a little bit. But you can see Kai in the background keeping his eye on Johnny, trying to see what he's doing, what's JK doing. That's the vested interest that Kai has in his buddy JK right there. He wants to make sure JK's catching good waves. He wants to make sure that JK is taking advantage of the opportunity that's out there.
Plus,
So,
how fun is it just to surf with your
with
buddies
your
with no
homies,
one
bro.
else out?
Yeah, it's a blast.
So this is going by quick, man. We're down to 4 minutes, but you can see how much the beach has grown even since we started. The beginning of that wet spot on the bottom quarter of your screen was where our first heat was. Now it's drained out. It's probably not going to go too much farther out than that. And then we'll start seeing these waves break right where that dry spot, right at the edge of the shoreline towards the end of the day as our higher tide comes up.
Yeah. And, to me right now, this time yesterday, I think we have better waves today. And Kai dropping in down the line, just going for a victory lap, just having some fun. Knows that he's got huge scores from yesterday. This is the second round of a round robin, so they're going to factor in scores from yesterday. If you can better some of your scores, Jay is going to better his overall score line by using a 6.5 from yesterday and a 5.5 from today. Also, Johnny Konings is going to better his score line with that 4.73 is going to factor in as well. So everybody getting a little juice. Now where the overall for that ends up is going to be determined by the other heats behind this one.
Beautiful drone shot. This place is amazing. And we have all of the support. All those white jerseys are volunteers of water support.
Nice.
We got the Good Surf crew. I like that rail cut back. That's the most degree of turn we've seen from Jay in this heat. Ooh. That's that hit that we need, and no interference in the flats on this one. Rolls that one out and drives.
That was beautiful. That's going to definitely factor into Johnny's score line for sure. Jay's score line.
Yeah, so driving across, puts it on rails, zaps it back, parks himself in the pocket to muster up some more speed. Comes zipping out of this one. Such a perfect approach up on the hit right there.
Big snap. Jay's going to be stoked about that. Look, and he's just stone-faced right now.
So that pushed him to the lead with a 6.23. Well-deserved. That was an amazing turn right there.
So that's going to factor into his score line, that 6.23 and the 6.57.
So that means he's taking two scores away today and replacing?
No, he's replacing one. He had a 6.57 from yesterday. So that 6.23 is going to factor in. That's going to put him at about a 12.8.
Loving that.
If my math is correct, that will put him in second place.
We're down to 1 minute. And we see our next heat paddling out. Next is our prone unassist semifinal 4 with Parker Olnick, Max Devery, and Tim Hanley. Unfortunately, just had hip surgery. He said he's going to be watching, though, and we're sending some healing energy your way. And we'll have Andrew Mad Dog. That's also someone that didn't show up. So it looks like it's going to be a 2-man heat in the next one.
Bummer.
But we're down to 40 seconds, and you can see over on the right-hand side of your screen, there is Kai frothing out, still trying to find something he can roll on.
35 seconds left. Yeah, we definitely want to send some healing love to Timothy Hanley, local guy here. So was really looking forward to surfing the event. An unfortunate incident happened last week and had some surgery. Don't know who that was trying to paddle into that. Like Kai trying to do some kind of tricky maneuver right there. Kai's trying to dig deep in the bag. He's like having just a fun session right now.
Well, that was time for that heat. We'll be back with more with our unassist prone semifinal heat number 4 just after this. We'll see you guys in a second. Welcome back. Day 2 of competition for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Benway in the booth with Charles Choco Webb, and we are now in our third heat of the day. This is the unassisted prone semifinal heat 4, and that just went down by Maxo. Max Devery got him a 2.50.
Mad Max Devery is what I call that guy. He's trying to replace a 0.83 from yesterday, so that's out the door. He's also got a 6.17 from yesterday, so he's bettered his scoreline already with just that little bit of a wave that he's caught right there. Yesterday, this was one of the heats that really had a major lull, so that's why Parker is living on a 4.67 from yesterday and a 2.83, and Max had that 6.17 and a 0.83, and it kind of shows you that how deprived they were of waves in the heat that they surfed yesterday. So hopefully these two guys having the opportunity to only surf with two dudes out on the peak here, that's a great opportunity for them to scratch, find a couple more waves, and hopefully find a few more scores. Max bettering his scoreline already.
Yeah, so Max's shaper Zag sent me a message. We had a little talk about how he's one of the only guys that's using a single fin, and gave him a really cool drivey approach to one of the lefts yesterday in his earlier heat when I was in here with Stevie. But saying most of the other guys are going for the twin, and Zag told me he does have the twin option there, but he's just liking the feeling of something different with that little forward place single. So
a lot of times that single fin also lets you get a little easier drift on the fin.
You get more glide because you don't have any drag from the side fins.
Right. So the side fins offer a lot of drive, a lot of grip as well. But sometimes with just that single fin, you can get a little bit of tail drift. It helps slide out those maneuvers at the top of the wave, look a little more stylish. Give you those style points,
2.50 for Max, and Parker's going to be stoked. We got a little bit more juice. Just as you were saying, there's less waves, but Parker's on some pretty thin equipment there, high performance. So having this extra juice in the wave going to help him get in a little bit. Unfortunately, caught that outside edge. So Parker brought two boards. I think, did Dave Dom shape both of those?
Dave shaped one of them for sure, the one with the Japanese sunburst on it.
So
his SDSU color board. I think he did some hand painting on it, a couple jellyfish or something like that. But there's Max getting back in the water with the water team down the beach. You can see it's busy on the inside down there, so it's not a super easy paddle out. But
you can also start to see that little surge happening up over that little lump. So looks like already we're starting to see that tide turn.
It will bottom out at 9:50 here, so we still have a little bit of time before it bottoms out, another half hour, 25 minutes.
Yeah, I think just with that increase in swell, it's even though it's bottoming out, there's way more water coming in.
Pushing a little bit harder for sure. You can tell there's more peaks from this time of the morning from today, from yesterday. Water's moving a little bit. You can see those little outside reef breakers every once in a while. That's always a good tell that there's a set coming in, so get ready.
Yeah, you got the indicator right there, and then you have the other one out at the top of the point, out at the pass. So when you see those ones bubbling up on the outside, within a matter of minutes, it's going to be reaching where these guys are. Like this late takeoff. Parker getting some speed into this one.
I think, honestly, he just wants to come in and get a ride up the beach. He was trying to paddle against the current and trying to get out, and you could see that it just wasn't working for him.
Good point.
So he just took off late on that white water. He knew it wasn't really going to be a scoring factor wave of something that's going to – look at him. I need to go out. I need to get back out. So he knows he's got 17 minutes, plenty of time, but you do have to run up the beach, and then you have to paddle back out. So and you have to get through the inside. You can see a beautiful shot of the bay right there. Way up at the point, that's the pass. Down by the rock form, that second break right there, that's Tomo's rock. And then we're down past Tomo's at Clark's right here.
Yeah, and this just shows you that big catcher's mitt of Swell that sends all that energy in.
But
We're
you can
just
see,
about getting to where we'll see our competitors in the water, just so you guys can get perspective from the top of the point.
but you can see there's stacked lines coming in. There's a Swell. There's plenty of surf, plenty of energy right now. You can see way out there, those breakers on that reef way outside.
Might even be some waves out on your Julian Rock out there.
Yeah, good indicator of that there is plenty of swell, plenty of water moving in the bay, plenty of opportunity. Park's super stoked right there. That comes in at a 2.67 for him.
So there's Liam, a bunch of our Jimbo, a bunch of our water safety. Liam works hand in hand with Adam Land as far as getting these guys moved around, get them in and out of the water.
Huge help at the U.S. Open. That guy's been coming to the U.S. Open since he was a little kid. Parker's super stoked, giving some love to everybody. So Liam has been coming to the U.S. Open since he was probably 10, 11. He's been, I don't know, we've been going for 8 years, so however long that is, he's been rocking it. But he just turns 21 soon, so. But we love that Liam has grown up around the Surf Gimp family, around the lands, and all the great work that Surf Gimp does. Melanie Leisner, Jay Leisner, that legacy. And that's where Adam kind of made his bones, was being Jay's pushers at a young age. Came out to the U.S. Open. They heard about what was going on. The Surf Gimp crew said, we want to get involved. They sent out a bunch of people for water safety, and it's been family ever since, man. They come out every year. They send out 6, 7, 8 guys sometimes. Melanie comes out with them. And the Lands come out. Dina Land comes out all the time. And we're grateful for that support that we get from them at the U.S. Open. It's helped our safety record stay perfect. So we're super blessed to have those kind of people in our community. And we're just grateful that they're able to make this trek, come here, keep everybody safe here, use their expertise. The guys from Hawaii, Jim Russell, Russell Kim, those guys coming out here sharing their knowledge of what to do. And imagine, now we've got that whole team, at this spot doing that as a collective. So that's just a beautiful thing, man. And it's been like that. Adam goes out to Hawaii, helps those guys out there. Those guys come to the U.S. Open, help us out there. So it's just turned into a great water safety team effort to keep the tour athletes safe and to keep that level of water support at the elite level.
Yeah, and now that we have more of these adaptive surf clinics and go try days and things all over the globe, starting to see some traction with that. We got to have more experienced water support and in every part of the globe. So
White taking off right here. Max.
Yep, Max Devery putting that arm in, brings it back, finding that line, gets a little zip. And that was where that single fin, you could see it was more of a pivot turn than a rail turn.
Kind of just drifts that tail a little bit, lets that tail break free a little easier.
The one thing about a center fin, though, is the deeper that fin is in the water, because they're bigger than the side fins, the deeper that is, the less it lets it go up on a rail.
You can see it right here. He'll do like a flat whoop, and it breaks that fin free. Wants to get over that ledge for maybe an extra maneuver, but just does a little elevator drop. Got the chair waiting for him. What he's going to do. He's going to just go back around. He's got 12 and a half minutes left. They're already pulling him out of the water, getting ready to run him up the beach in that hippocampe chair. And there he goes. And the water team wastes no time.
They're even making a wake, man.
They know every second counts for the athlete. And that's, and I can attest to that. I caught one wave with less than half the heat left, and the water team got me back out. And by the time I got back out and through that, there was literally only about a minute or two left. And
you got your best wave.
I caught my last wave, the best wave of the heat, 7.87 with 30 seconds on the clock, and buzzer beater and rode it in. And so every second counts. Water team knows that. They try their hardest to get the athlete out through the impact zone and just where they can paddle to the main peak and catch the wave. So that's their job. Their job is to keep us safe and to get us through the gnarly part of the inside and just on the other side of it where we can just paddle off to the main peak. Now, of course, they're not allowed to advance you towards the main peak in any way, shape, or form. They will keep you right on the inside of the impact zone or on the outside of the impact zone. Once they get you on the outside of the impact zone, they just let you go. It's up to you to advance after that.
Yeah, and then like we'll be saying just a couple of heats from now, the prone assist division has a designated pusher and catcher, all with the same color jersey. And just as Chaco was saying, all of the guys in the white jerseys, all of the support are only able to stabilize the rider, keep them safe in the impact zone, get them back on the board, but they're not able to move them out towards the lineup. And that's a duty that's stuck with either the pusher or the catcher of their team.
So Max, with that 5.33 on that last wave, is going to replace that 0.83 and that 2.50, and he's going to better his score line. He's got a 6.17 from yesterday in the first round of the round robin. This is round 2 of the round robin. He's going to better his overall score line with that 5.33. He's going to add that to a 6.17, and that's going to better his score line. Everybody fighting for a spot. Trying to advance into the finals. And you can tell there's a lot of energy.
There's way more pumping in than we saw in those earlier heats.
There's a lot of energy. Yesterday, the low tide, it really made for a few lulls, but you can see that there is a lot of energy coming in the bay right now. There's going to be, imagine when it starts filling in, it's going to get good today. We're going to be calling some really good heats today. Jet ski support for the prone assist. And just in case anybody gets caught up or anything like that, we have the jet ski water support right there. But they are definitely here to help the prone assist guys. If they're inside, they can be taken back out with the jet ski assist, or they can be handed off to their pusher or catcher to advance.
We're lucky to have them back also because last year we weren't able to get them in the water. 2024 we did have the jet skis out. As we see Jesse Billauer taking a little roll out there. Speaking of roll, life rolls on. He's going on the 30-year anniversary of his injury. You're going on 40 years, I believe?
40 years, yes. Just had that pass last month in February. Jesse, today, not really a celebration, but just a commemoration of the time spent.
For everyone else, though, I'd say it is a celebration because none of us would be here competing if he hadn't done that.
No, he is the ground zero for adaptive surfing for a lot of people. A lot of people, made their bones and started with recreational ocean therapy at Life Rolls On surf camps. And a lot of the guys, Parker Olenek is one of those kids that, went to one of Jesse's camps and here he is. They're competing at the same event years later. They've been on the U.S. team together last year and the year before, both of them on the U.S. team. So Jesse will be joining us in the booth later, maybe after this heat. We'll see when he gets up in here, but we're going to pull him in the booth for a couple of heats, chat it up. Me and Jesse will talk about some of our struggles, the time that we've spent. We're both long-term, 3 and 4 decades each in a chair, so combined 70 years of adaptive knowledge. So we'll be talking about that a little bit. We'll be talking about Life Rolls On, what they got on their calendar this year. Jesse's a big fisherman. They have their fishing program. They will fish again. Obviously, Stoke for Life has our fishing program and the Real Stoke fishing program. And me and Jesse are talking about doing a fish off So we're going to have possibly a fundraiser. We've been trying to put this together for about a year or two. So it's going to be Real Stoke versus They Will Fish Again.
That's sick,
so
man.
we're going to have one able-bodied guy or maybe two able-bodied guys and a couple disabled guys on each boat. And we're going to go at it, combined weight, biggest fish. We're going to have a couple jackpots there. Jesse's a great fisherman. He's caught, I'm super jealous. See, we have this kind of thing where he's jealous of the fish we catch, and I'm jealous of the fish he catches because he fishes up at Santa Rosa and the Channel Islands up there, and I fish at the Coronado Islands. So we're catching a lot of yellowtail and bluefin tuna, and he's catching a lot of white sea bass and big halibut. So
you guys stir up a budget for me to come out and make your fish tacos and ceviche at the end of that whole thing. I'll be in there.
Stir up a budget so I can cook for you.
You need an imported chef.
There we
I'll
go.
Take it. 5 minutes and 45 seconds. My fish tacos have just gotten better and better. I got a secret I'm going to let you in on.
Orale.
So the English fish and chips secret is, besides the beer batter, using a nice strong beer, you throw a little bit of baking soda and a little bit of tonic water in there, and then you just get that frizzy, fluffy, crunchy beer batter crunch on there.
Yeah, buddy.
And with the fish tacos, it's insane.
Well, now that the secret's out.
Yeah, now you don't need to stir up a budget. You just find someone to take my recipe.
No. I've had the good pleasure of being sponsored by Wrench and Rodent and the Waite brothers, David and Lauren. And boy, have they really given me the opportunity over the last decades to known those guys for about 20 years.
Those are OG 50-50 riders. They still got 3 of my boards from about 20 years ago.
Yeah, so O-side locals, but from their family from England. And boy, you want to talk about some fish and chips. Their family recipes, and they've got some of the best sushi in San Diego. And Davin's really turned into a restaurateur with the plot and shoots tacos and all the endeavors that he's doing. He's got the plant-based, the plot. It's all vegan and farm to table. And so if you're ever in Oceanside or San Diego, make sure you check out a few of those spots. Come to Oceanside, get you some Wrench and Rodent sushi. And if you're vegan, go to the plot and get you some great gourmet vegan food.
Yeah, so that where Wrench and Rodent is, we used to be around the corner from my house on Cassidy Street in Tremont. Here we go. Parker, nice big drop there. Boys have been waiting for something to come through, and now we're starting to see some size. Gets a nice redirect right there, putting it on rail. Now we're finding some transition under the whitewash there.
The thing about Parker, man, is he just wants to have fun. He just wants to get on waves. He doesn't care if it's a wake board wave or if it's a surf wave, but really nice drop, kind of a double up right here. Able to kind of draw a nice line right there, just outraced him a little bit. And that's what you're going to see with the low tide. It's moving really fast, sucking out, running down the beach. If you can't get a really good corner drop arm, little turn redirect right there onto the white water. And Parker just enjoying his time here. Him and his family. Kevin, always great water support.
Yeah, even with the low tide, he was still able to find a little bit of transition ramp under that whitewash. So things are looking good for the upcoming the upcoming heats.
So that 4.83 that he just scored is going to replace the 2.83 from yesterday. So Parker's going to better his score line. We've only got a few minutes left in this one. I'm not sure that he's going to try to make it around the bend, but the double shock it to his mom, rolling up. And so he will replace a 2.83 with a 4.83 from yesterday to match his 4.67 from yesterday. So he'll go from somewhere in the 9 range, combined total score. You can see Liam there walking up with him. You can see his dad, Kevin Olenek, carrying his board, his mom right behind. And there's the legend, Zane Stewart, pushing Parker up. That's Mark Mono Stewart's son, Zane. Got Lou in the foreground right there.
The next mayor of Byron.
Yeah. The entrepreneur of Byron Bay. And Parker's calling it a day with 150 left on the clock.
2 minutes. I think Max has a good chance of finding something fun there. Just about getting to that bottomed out tide now. So I think things will only start to get better and also easier to find those high scoring rides with that incoming tide pushing this new swell in.
So top 4 from the first heat and this heat combined, the top 4 will move forward to the final. So these guys, every wave's going to count right here. And again, they're trying to replace this round 2 of a round robin. So they're taking scores from yesterday and taking scores from today and combining the top 2. However it turns out, one's from yesterday, one's from today, both today, one from yesterday, one from today, both from yesterday. You kind of saw Kai living on 2 scores from yesterday. These guys are singly replacing 1 score from yesterday with a score of today. Each one of them's bettered their score line. So, but they're fighting it out right now to see who the top 4 are going to be to move into the final on Sunday. Max
motors into this one, kind of stuck on top of that double up. Still got 30 seconds, but he's going to start making his way in. But yeah, just 2 guys in the water. And once again, we're really happy that Timothy Hanley said his operation went well. He's already back on the Timmy's road to recovery. Sending you the best wishes and healing energy, Timothy. And we're missing you down here in the zone. And I'm sure these 2 dudes were also missing you out in the water. And Andrew Mad Dog, we'll see you in the next season. We've seen your name on the heat draw. Looking forward to seeing you, but we are going to be back with another division unassist prone women after the break. Stick with us. We'll see you in a second.
Looking good, eh?
Cano.
What do you think, Nonna? Giocamento de che?
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Forward ability support. I am Charles Chaka-Webb in the booth, joined by Britt Nickel. Britt, how you doing?
I'm pretty well, thanks. How are you?
Nice, nice. I'm doing great. We have in the water the women's unassisted prone heat, first heat for them. Here's a replay of a 3.17 by Grace Kennedy in white. Grace kind of just going down the line, getting that reform on the inside, Britt, and just kind of doing a little El Rolo right there. That results in a 3.17. So what do you think of the competition today?
Things are heating up both in the water and on the land. It is absolutely beautiful down here at Byron, and the waves have picked up. So it's nice to see some swell here this morning for these athletes. And Grace Kennedy, like you said, a 3.17 for her first wave. Good score on the board so far, but I think she's just fresh off a second place finish at the Australian Parasurfing Championships earlier this week.
Awesome, awesome. And Lori Fody, she's no stranger to the tour. She's been traveling around with Michael, her husband, for the last couple of years doing tour events.
Perfect power combo, that one.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have a Royal Rehab Group replay here on the screen. Surfer in yellow, Kayla. First wave was a 5. Is she on, what kind of equipment was she on?
She's on a Benway board. So obviously we got to give a huge shout out to Benway and Kayla Woputz throwing it down on the Benway shape. And we're never going to hear the end of it, so we might as well talk about it now, Britt.
I thought I'd lead you into that one.
All the way to the shore because of that Benway shape. Ripping it up on that Benway board. Kayla Woputz throwing it down. Getting that 5.0. Running back up the beach. She's super stoked. You can tell she's just chatting it up with the water team.
Big smiles, and certainly a team effort as they sprint up the beach, get her back in the water and into the lineup. Good opening wave there, a 5-point ride, so mid-range score, but strong opener for this heat.
Yeah, and like you were saying, there is a lot of energy in the water right now, so the waves have picked up a whole bunch from this time yesterday at the low tide. We're just getting the dropped out tide right now. I think at 9:53 is when it drops out. It's 9:53. So it's dead low tide right now. So hopefully in the next few heats, we'll kind of see a push start to fill in the beach. And some of that stuff that's kind of draining out on the inside will start pushing around the corner, getting a little bit more length, giving these surfers a little bit more opportunity, open face opportunity. You can see some of these waves, if you're not catching the corner, it's kind of running away from them on the inside real quick.
Really tricky too. This is the unassist prone for these women, and out in the lineup, you may not be able to see it as much on the screen, but standing on the beach, there is quite a current from south to north. So I feel like if they catch the end section that little bit too much, you can quite easily drift further up the beach and make it really hard to get back in that position.
Yeah, once you get on the inside past that little sandbar, the current really sweeps you down the beach. It's not as bad as it was yesterday. It's a little more forgiving than it was yesterday, but that might just be because the tide's completely drained out right now. As we see the tide fill in, we might see a little bit more. That's what they call the sweep, kind of pulling you on the inside. But it looks like everybody on the board. It looks like Lori Fody caught a single wave score of a 0.77. Of course, she's not going to be too happy about that. She'll want to better that with some more open face maneuver opportunities. But all the girls on the board, everybody's had a chance to catch a wave. And you can just see that there's just little waves rolling in. You just got to find a good spot. With the tide being bottomed out, it's a little challenging, but as it fills in, we should see plenty of opportunity.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like as we have that incoming tide coming through, it's really going to push more water on the bank, but just maybe a little bit more power in the swell as well. And I feel like, that mid-tide might create some gems through this inside bank. Although, I mean, surfer in yellow, Kayla, she rode that one all the way through to the sand, so she had good length of ride. So it will be interesting to see if there's that kind of inside connection once the tide fills in a bit. But still beautiful conditions here this morning at Byron. Like I said, sunny weather down here. It is absolutely stinking hot. And there we go, surfer in red, making her way up the beach. Great support crew there. get her back into the lineup with just under 17 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time for
Throwing
these
a
surfers to
shaka.
catch some good waves.
Yeah, they're you never see so many shakas on the beach. Then when somebody catches a good wave, gets all the way down the beach, and then gets trucked back up, you're seeing shakas all the way down.
Yeah, I feel like I've said it before to multiple different people, and this event, it's something else. For me, like, I've got a background as a competitive surfer, and I've seen other events and worked on other events as well, and I feel like these events are different. The spirit, the warmth, the friendliness, everyone's obviously so competitive, but at the same time, they're also so welcoming and friendly, and they're just like one. They seem like one big family, and there's so much team spirit and camaraderie between the crew. The vibe's just completely different in a good way.
Yeah, that's the thing about the adaptive surf community. Everybody's kind of got a story. Everybody knows that the struggle is real, but the competition is real too. So as much love as there is on the land and camaraderie, the competition in the water is elite and is, dog eat dog. And, it gets grimy out there. And when you have that priority and you can see some of those guys sitting on people and following them around and sitting underneath them, and you kind of see the game being played, then you realize, like, okay, this is just the game being played by some different people, with some different situations, but the game is the same, man. And there you got a great shot of the water crew. Adam Land, head water patrol here. You got Jim Russell right there. You got Adam's dad up in the front on the left there, Jeff. And we're missing a couple guys, but there's plenty of people filling in here. Russell Kim from Hawaii's here. So got plenty of guys, James Russell, plenty of people here to fill in. And you see the struggle of paddling out right here.
It's certainly not an easy paddle, that one. So much water on that inside.
So even though this is an unassisted division, you can see there's a person in the same color jersey. They're allowed at this event to have somebody help them through the surf. They're not allowed to assist them into the wave, but they are allowed to assist them out through the surf. So to alleviate the water support of having to do that and get them out deep, the water support is not able to paddle them to, the main peak. But these kind of team members are able to kind of help them, guide them in the water, keep them safe. We don't want anything to happen to the ladies out there or the men competitors. So it's a long paddle out there. You can tell that there's a lot of water moving. That inside section is pretty pounding. So once they get into position, then the surfer has to paddle themselves into the water, into the wave, and then surf the wave by themselves.
Have you got a heat today?
I thankfully don't, so I have the day off, which I'm super stoked, and then tomorrow's a lay day. So the wind is supposed to be a little grimy tomorrow, so they're going to take off and then finish up on Saturday and Sunday, which the forecast for Saturday and Sunday is really clean and supposed to be really nice. So looking forward to that. I might be able to get out for a surf tomorrow before the wind gets all crazy. But I had a surf session at the pass and smashed my board.
Oh,
and
no.
yeah, I had to, lucky it wasn't a fin box, but Darren, Master Vibes from Wave Skis Adventures hooked us up and fixed my board in record time, in time for me to be able to surf my heat yesterday. So it's a catch-22. You can either surf Main Beach and not have the challenge of all the people at the pass, but Main Beach is a little gnarly.
Very straight. Very straight.
I believe Darren snapped a ski out here yesterday at Main Beach, right in half. So Main Beach is a little more challenging. So you just got to kind of figure out where you want to surf, and if the crowd's there, then you just got to kind of be really careful, that you don't damage your equipment. The pass is one of the world-class breaks, and a lot of people surf it when it gets good.
Also one of the most busiest breaks.
Yeah. And, like any place, there's a lot of people that are beginners and trying to learn. And, it's unfortunate that some of those people sit right under the peak. And that's kind of what I experienced there, was taking off, and there's just a whole bunch of people sitting underneath the wave. And Unfortunately, a young man that really didn't know what he was kind of doing, ran right into him and smashed my board up. But that's the challenge of surfing this beautiful place, and you have to deal with the people that are here, and there's it's a vacation destination as well, so you don't know how many people are here or what their story is. They're just trying to get out in the water and have a great time too. So
yeah, you're not wrong. It is a very transient location. Plenty of people going and coming as they make their way to Byron. Beautiful spot, beautiful part of the world. Can see why people love this destination, as we see on screen there. The surfer in yellow, Kayla. She's current heat leader at the moment. She locked in a 5 on her first wave and just comes off on the inside there. So she will have a backup here.
And here is the replay on that, the Royal Rehab replay. Kayla on her Benway shapes, racing down the line, kind of just running into the whitewater, digging that rail. You can see the bottom of that board. I'll get the story on that board, Britt, when Ben comes back, why he put the fin placement there, what the fins are, what is the story on that board?
Yeah, he kind of just dropped it on us and left the commentary booth. Didn't provide any insight.
Just, hey, she's on one of my shapes. Give me some love. See ya. And out the door he went.
So there it is, a 3.67 there for Kayla. So increasing her lead at this stage of the heat with just under 10.5 minutes remaining. I just feel that wave that Kayla caught there, it's just didn't quite have that open face. But still a good backup wave at this point in this heat.
And this is round one of a round robin for the girls, so they're going to get another chance to surf. The wing, square tail, squash tail, whatever you want to get, that is Ben's board. So you can see we're going to get the explanation on the nose and the tail and the wing. We want to know why the wing squash tail. We want to know why the thruster versus the quad or the single fin. Ben, you've got a lot of explaining to do, my friend.
Well, it's working. That's the main thing.
That is, she's put up a really nice 5.0 on the first wave, and not sure what's going on here. She wants to get back out. There's 9.5 minutes left. Plenty of time to get back out there. And you can see how busy it is out there. There's plenty of bumps coming through, plenty of energy in the water. Lori Phipps on a single wave score of a 0.77. Grace Kennedy on a combined two-wave total of a 4.4. And you got Kayla Woputz with the 5.0 and the 3.67 leading the way.
So reverting back to the board damage you had yesterday, it sounded like that was before your heat, as you mentioned. How do you adapt on the spot mentally when that happens? I know obviously you had good people in your corner to be able to get that repair sorted, but in the moment, it can be a little quite overwhelming knowing you've got a heat to surf.
It was a couple days before. It was pretty tore up, though, and I was resigned to the fact I was just going to tape it.
Yeah.
So
duct tape will fix everything.
My thing is I'll pack that hole full of wax and then I'll put some tape over it and just try to keep it dry as possible. And
Shaper's worst nightmare, wax in a ding.
And that's, luckily Dave Dahm, my shaper's like, why did you pack it with wax? But for me, it's like as long as I can keep the foam dry, and, that was my mentality. But Darren came out of the woodwork and just sent me a message on Facebook and said, hey, do you want your board fixed? And I said, yeah. And I think that was on Tuesday. So he said, I'll make sure that the board's ready for you. Actually, it was on Monday, and I surfed on Wednesday. So he did a great job. It was took him a full day to do it. But, and this same person, I got an invite last year to go surf the Sydney wave pool. And Darren, I wasn't going to be able to do it because I was going to have to fly with my board, and the extra money to fly with my board was keeping me from being able to make the trip. And Darren said, you know what? I'm going to Sydney to surf the wave pool. I'll take your board there for you. I'll drive it there for you. And I'll drive it back the next day.
Oh, that is so amazing to hear. See, that's a prime example of what I was talking about earlier with the adaptive community. Everybody's just there to support each other. Obviously, everyone's so competitive at the end of the day, but that's a prime example.
Yeah.
He allowed you to be able to go and surf that wave pool experience.
Yeah, Wave Ski Adventures, him and Jackie Dillon and Mary Ellen and that whole crew. just stoked me out, man. I tried to pay him money or take him out to dinner. He wouldn't do it. He just said, no, man, I'm happy to do it. And there's Byron and the crew right there for the water safety for yellow. And, yeah, he wouldn't let me do it. He said, no, I'm good, mate. I'm just stoked to be able to take you out and being able to get you out there in the surf.
Yeah, beautiful thing to hear, people helping each other, and there's certainly plenty around this event. As we see on screen, Surfer in Red having a look, just unfortunately not able to scratch into that one. Laurie in third place at this stage, but like you mentioned, there is a leaderboard set up. So this is final heat 1. They will surf again. The scores will be tallied for that final positioning. Absolutely stunning day here at Byron Bay. Crystal clear waters. What's the water temp like at the moment?
I don't know what it is, but it was real nice yesterday. I was wearing a 1 mil short john, and the water's got to be up towards 68, 70, something like that. Let me see if I can find it on Surfline, but yeah, the water was beautiful yesterday. We were super stoked. Had some good conditions. Conditions even better today. So looking forward to the tide filling in and really seeing what it does.
Yeah, I wasn't here yesterday, unfortunately, but I did hear that it was pumping.
It was good. It was definitely good, and it looks like it's going to get a little better as the week goes on. We're going to get some cleaner conditions. Tomorrow the wind is a little out of control, but Saturday and Sunday's just looking prime as the wind is supposed to be completely offshore the whole time, and it's going to be 3 to 4 foot, so it's going to be really nice.
You're fired up for your heat?
I'm looking forward to it. Right now the water is 77 degrees with the air temperature of paltry 74.
And in Australian terms, that would be, I'm not going to guess, maybe around, this is a complete guess, maybe around 24 degrees.
Yeah, you guys go different.
Roughly.
That's right. So
could be so off, but
sorry about
based
that.
on what it has been.
Sorry.
I haven't been in the water for a while, actually, so that's why I asked the question, not only for the viewers, but I was interested myself if I decide to go for a dip.
Right, but the water's beautiful right now and very warm, bath water-ish. That's what 77 is to us.
So, yeah, I was pretty much on the money, 25 degrees.
Nice.
So, yeah, that is extremely warm.
So 4 to 5 today, 3 to 4 tomorrow. Going to take tomorrow off because of the wind. 3 foot plus on Saturday and 3 to 4 plus on Sunday with the wind offshore all day on Sunday. Offshore most of the day on Saturday, so conditions are really going to be favorable. We are going to take that Friday off. It looks like Kayla kind of called it a day with those 2 scores.
Conserve her energy, opted to come in. I think when she got to the beach, there was about 9 minutes left, roughly. So it would have been a pretty solid effort to get her back up into the corner and back into the lineup. So 3.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Kayla currently in that first place with a 5 and a 3.67. Grace Kennedy in second with a 3.17 and a 1.27. And Laurie Fody in third with a 0.77. Stunning drone view on screen. So much seaweed up around the shoreline.
Just a beautiful shot of the Shire and the coast and Byron, how it bends around into the bay. Way down the way was Main Beach down there. And you're just seeing how much energy is in the water right now, just little stacks coming in. Once the tide fills in, those stacks are really going to be lining up around the corner. We're going to be getting a lot more opportunity to call some really good heats. But right now, we knew when the tide dropped out and was drained out at 9:50-ish that it was going to be a little bit challenging. Yesterday at this time, the heats really had some lulls. I don't know that we're having some lulls so much as that it's just kind of dicey and shifty, and if you're not in the right place, then you're not really going to catch a connector. Judgers right there, Zippy and the boys.
Very experienced panel.
Keeping it consistent across the board with the scores. We have yet to see a perfect score. We have a couple of 9s up, a lot of excellent scores from yesterday. In fact, our first heat of the day, Sponge Williams throws up an 8, so goes excellent. Red Dog Wheatley throws up a 7.50. Those guys kind of set the tone for the contest, and ever since then, we've been seeing some pretty good scores across the board. So, and you can see that inside just being unforgiving right there. I don't know who that was. In white, Grace Kennedy maybe right there, getting caught on the inside. You can see her helper getting her on the board, trying to get her out of the impact zone right there. Get her over that one right there.
It's so dumpy on that inside shorey as well. Looks like she's got a little opportunity here to break through with just over a minute on the clock.
Quick sprint, get out there, hopefully do a quick turnaround, maybe catch one more. But the great thing right now, Britt, is there's no rain in the forecast, so we're so stoked about that because if you've ever experienced a Byron shower, it's sunny 1 second and it's torrential downpour dumping the next second.
Oh, I certainly have.
And
Streets were flooded only a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, we want to throw a shout out to all of our friends and family in Hawaii and Maui and Oahu right now. They're going through it. And we're just sending out love and prayers for you guys to recover healthy and get everything back to normal as quick as possible. They got hit by some really heavy rainstorms for the last 4 or 5 days. Maui completely underwater with that, with just the terrible storms there, in Oahu with the overflooding of the dam and just the torrential downpours there. So we're just wishing everybody in Hawaii, all of our friends and family on Maui and Oahu, we love you guys and we hope the best, and we're hoping that everything gets recovered very soon. The waning moments of this heat, White taking off on the double up, Grace Kennedy going for it. The last second wanting to get that buzzer beater. This is the first round of a round robin for the unassisted prone women. That is the first heat. We're going to cut to a commercial break. And when we come back, we'll have another heat up for you.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Good morning and welcome back to the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Stevie. How are you going this morning, Stevie?
I am so good, Britt. So stoked to be back on the mic and on this beautiful, beautiful day here in the Bay.
It is an absolute stunning morning here. It's just like picture perfect. Weather's nice and warm. We've got pumping waves out the front. The water clarity's nice. It's like 25 degrees in the water. So what more could we want?
Exactly. We've got a bit of a northerly wind I've seen on the apps. Oh, we've got a replay here of our surfer in white, Céline Rouliard from France, in our prone assist. And she just comes unstuck there.
And Red also making her way into that shorey. That's Annie Goldsmith, the Australian. So she's surfed this one all the way to the shore. You can see her support team on the sand there getting ready to put her in the chair and make her way up into the corner. This is, of course, the Prone Assist Women's Division as we watch the Raw Rehab Group replay. Talk us through this one.
So we can see Annie here just caught in the wash there. She's got some nice maneuvering with her shoulders there, leaning into it, really pulling it, trying to make it around that section. It just gets away from her, but she's redirecting back in towards her team. We've got Pauline Mensah there throwing up the double sharkers for her. Absolutely frothing. It must have been a good one. We just missed the start of that wave there.
And there we go. Look at the support crew sprinting up the beach. It is certainly a team effort. Absolute amazing community here with these adaptive athletes. And there we go. We've got someone carrying the board and a crew pushing. So you've got to be pretty fit as a support crew.
Oh, absolutely. You don't underestimate how hard this is. I think Ben yesterday compared it to doing an Ironman, and it literally is. Like, you are swimming your butt off, then you're running your butt off, then you're swimming your butt off again. It's a big challenge, but thankfully we've got the heart and soul to pull us through with these ones.
We do. It's not just the athletes putting in the hard work, that's for sure. They're doing plenty of training behind the scenes. But, yeah, if you want to be a support team member in water support or whether you're on the beach, you've certainly got to be putting in the training yourself.
Absolutely. And that's one of the reasons why I'm up here this year and not down there. I've been a little bit slack on that training. So
actually, yeah, good point. You were kind of juggling both last year.
I was juggling both last year and then realized that I don't have the capacity to juggle both. I am definitely not as fit as these legends out there.
Smart play anyway. We can talk about it up here.
My mouth doesn't need any exercise. It's good. It can do its own thing.
And we've got some early scores in with just under 19 minutes on the clock. It is Céline, the French competitor, in the lead, opening up with a 4.67. She's backed it up with a 4.33. And Annie Goldsmith, the Australian, in the red. She's in second place. She's opened up with a 5, but still plenty of time on the clock for these competitors to catch some good waves and improve on their scores. As mentioned earlier, this is a bit of a leaderboard style. They do get a chance to surf again, and scores are tallied at the end of the event to see who will take the win.
Which is absolutely fantastic. I think I mentioned yesterday, you're traveling all around the world from all over Australia just to surf once. This contest, nope, you get to surf twice in a round-robin event. It really makes it worth your time and your money. It's really awesome.
It does. There is nothing worse. As a background, as a competitive surfer myself, I have definitely been one of those athletes who's travelled all the way to the other side of the world, and it has been dead flat and knocked in 20 minutes, and that was the end of my round. I'm like, cool, that was worth it.
Yep, awesome. What do I do for the rest of the week? Yeah.
So, yeah, great opportunity for these world-class athletes. This is, of course, the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And what an absolute amazing event. Beautiful part of the world here at Byron Bay. You are a local. What's one of your favourite things to do around the area? Oh, some local insight.
I'm like, it's so cliche and so like surfing.
Good answer.
That's literally all I can do. It's all I can afford these days.
Well, yeah, good point. It's definitely cost of living in Australia at the moment, I guess around the world too, as we watch some live action in the water. White on an absolute bomb. This is Céline, the French competitor. She's looking to improve on her scores at the moment. Linking this one all the way through. Good change of direction. Really leaning into her rails. And good length of ride also. You can see her team clapping and cheering. And looks like she's going to pop off on the sand.
All the way to the beach. That's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen. That's what you want. She'll definitely be chalking up those points for length of ride. And we see the water crew, the water safety crew there just getting a hold of her. We go into the Royal Rehab replay. Absolute, like you said, a bomb away. Proper screamer. Pulls into it. Stays nice and down the bottom. Redirects into that whitewash. She's still got some nice speed going there, even though she's in the wash. Couple of redirections, so the judges are going to look up for that nice linking of maneuvers there, so that definitely comes through and improves on her previous wave of a 4.33 with that wave we just watched dropping in at a 7.0, so she will be frothing for that.
She certainly will be, and well, yeah, 7-point ride, great wave there for Celine, certainly extending on her lead, answering back, Annie Goldsmith in the red also. Nice change of direction, really leaning into her rail also. And, well, nice view of the speaker on the beach. You just can't quite see the competitor in red, but it didn't look like she got the link through as we see Celine making her way back up into the corner, giving us the shaka. And what a beautiful view as we see the Royal Rehab Group replay. Surfer in red pushed into this one, Stevie.
Yeah, here goes Annie Goldsmith. Surfer from Australia, beautiful wave. It really set up nice in front of her. It's kind of hit a bit of a double up there, which has knocked her off the back. And we've got the magic speaker in front of us, not able to see exactly what happened, but we can use our imaginations, right?
We certainly can, as we see the drone footage there of that competitor making her way back up into the corner.
And just, again, shout out to this beach crew. Like, oh, I can feel it. I feel it. I'm having flashbacks over the past 2 years. It's a really brutal run up the beach, but, you know, these athletes are so pumped. They want to get back out there, and they're just clapping you on,
yeah,
urging you to go fast. Yeah, they're like, come on, faster. I'm trying.
Tables have turned. And there we go. We're talking about the support. Surfer in red in the water. And, well, look at the support crew on the beach.
And you see the different types of beach wheelchairs that we've got there. I believe the preferred one is the one with the yellow wheels. It's easier to actually sink it down in the water and get it further out into the water. Whereas that beach wheelchair with the big grey wheels, so hard to sink. You've got to really take the athlete completely out of the water to get them onto that one. So, and I think depending on how full those tires are, that's also really hard to push sometimes.
Hard sand. Look for the hard sand. And, well, look at that view. You can see the lighthouse in the distance up the hill. We are, of course, in Byron Bay, beautiful part of the world, far north coast of New South Wales. And, yeah, stunning location, stunning day. It is absolutely boiling down here on the sand. Water's warm, 25 degrees in Australian terms.
I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. Sorry to our...
Apparently it's in the 70s somewhere.
Okay.
Because I did the conversion earlier. We were talking about it. And, yeah, I was like, I don't know what that is in Australian, but I'm just going to take an approximate guess. And I looked it up. So, yeah, 25 degrees.
Beautiful.
In our degrees Celsius. And that is quite warm.
Very warm. Very unusual for this time of year for it to be this warm. But not going to complain. We are loving it. Just out there in boardies or bikinis. It's a very nice time.
Yeah, we'll certainly take it. And, well, that's one of the benefits of this part of the country and the world. It's one of those locations that even in the middle of winter, I don't think you're in any more than a 3-2 wetsuit on the coldest of days. So it's one of those countries and areas of our country here in Australia that I feel like it's one of the draw cards, and a lot of people gravitate towards this location because of the fact that it is just amazing all year round.
Yeah, just comfortable. Just mostly comfortable.
And on screen there, Annie Goldsmith making her way back into the lineup. So her last wave was a 4.53. It did improve on her scoreline. She's still in second place. It is Celine in the white from France in first with that 4.67 and that 7. And there it is, the lighthouse in the distance.
The beautiful Cape Byron there that you can see over on your right-hand side of the screen. That is Cozy Corner, the very start of what is known as Tallows Beach. On the backside, or the open side as we call it, as it opens out on to the Great Pacific.
And you can see the conditions there. They're actually quite clean. So for anyone watching at home, like that is a back beach for us here in Australia. And we're on the northern side at the moment for this event, and that was the southern corner. So for both sides to be clean, that is quite rare. Normally one's better than the other depending on the wind direction. So, yeah, we've obviously got pretty good wind conditions here today, having both sides an option, which also thins out the crowd when you're looking for a free surf.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of the most ideal situations you can possibly have. It is a little bit warmer than normal, I've noticed, and that is because the wind is coming from the north, but it's very, very, very light. I think I saw it was like 6 kilometers an hour or something, which is barely noticeable. So hopefully the wind stays off, because if we do get a northerly wind, that is an onshore wind for us over this side of the Cape.
Yeah, and I have heard a bit of chatter. There's meant to be quite a bit of wind tomorrow. So tomorrow's meant to be a bit of a lackluster day. So they've decided to lay day it tomorrow and focus on Saturday and Sunday with the better conditions. So
amazing.
Yeah, making sure that the athletes are put first, you know. Making sure that they're surfing in the best conditions for this event. And I think that's the good thing about this event too. They do have room to move, so it does allow them to put the athletes in the better conditions and not just be forced to run regardless.
Absolutely, yeah. It's one of the more beneficial situations that when going to a comp, for sure. And we just, another beautiful drone shot there as we fly over the contest area out just in the Clark's Beach there. We've got some supporters. Bailey Vandenhoeven checking his Insta, checking the DMs for sure. And we've just missed a wave there from, I can't quite see, I think that's the surfer in white.
Yeah, it does look like the surfer in white from France. She's looking to improve on her scoreline. She's locked in that 7, and there it is, a 5.6. So ever so slightly increases her lead as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay. Talk us through this one, Stevie.
And you can just see over onto the right-hand side, she's pulled it back right into the speed spot of the wave, the curl of the wave there. Couple of redirections, again, really nice links up. Goes for the El Rolo exit.
Good dismount. You get scores for that. And here we go, an absolute bomb for Annie Goldsmith. She's got some open face to work with. Nice change of direction there, really leaning on that inside rail before nosediving on the inside. So we're just under 9 minutes on the clock. It'll be interesting to see where this score sits for Annie Goldsmith.
She's currently sitting on a combined total of the 9.33 as we go into the Royal Rehab Group replay. Beautiful wave, really nice little face opened up there, using the shoulders, leaning in, going rail to rail. Just gets in front of that, smacks the lip, but just pearls at the bottom there.
Yeah, definitely went for the nosedive and got absolutely rolled.
It's a really
so tricky.
Really good way to clean out your sinuses.
It certainly is, and a lot of sand in your hair that you look like you've got dandruff. A 5.93, so last of red, a 5.93. Annie Goldsmith still in second place, but edging that little bit closer to Celine in first. She is, of course, in the lead in white from France. And like we've mentioned multiple times, this is a stunning location. As we watch on screen there, surfer in red, Annie Goldsmith making her way onto the sand. She's going to look to get back up into that corner pretty quickly and back into the lineup, because there is just over 7.5 minutes remaining. And, well, those guys are going to have to get their legs moving pretty quickly.
Those look like a couple of young guns there, so that's what we want to see. We want to see the youth being employed and using that stamina. You go, Annie. Running up there, up towards what has been renamed as Bawai, the Captain Cook's Beach, formerly known as, has been renamed to the indigenous local Bundjalung name, which is we're all very happy about here. So we call that Bawai now. You can see the Pass Rocks up on the very top right corner of the screen, and Nothing Gully, or formerly known as Julian Rocks, out there on the horizon. Really good snorkeling and diving spots out there.
I have heard that. I haven't been out there myself, but I have heard that there is so much sea life and variety of sea life too. I think because of the way it's positioned with Byron, the lighthouse, Far East Point, the way that little island is positioned, it just sits that little bit further out than everything else. So it kind of captures a bit of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a grey nurse shark nursing habitat where they breed and reproduce, give birth to the little young, I think they're called pups. I can't remember. Somebody can correct me on that. But there we go. We see our judges on screen in the amazing mobile judges tent. And Annie Goldsmith and her team duck diving under this one, making her way back out just under 6 minutes. 6 minutes, sorry. It's a little bit far away. I should probably go see an optometrist and get some glasses.
You just had your ears checked, so maybe it's time to get your eyes checked.
Oh, dear. We were joking before. If anybody from the Adaptive Pro team is listening, maybe a hearing division, a hearing loss division would be great. Then I would be able to enter.
Absolutely losing it in all angles.
Yep.
But yeah, Annie Goldsmith from South Australia here in the Australian area. So she's in second. She's got a 5 and a 5.93. So she did improve on her scoreline, but still sitting in second place. Celine Rouliard in the white from France in first, as we see on screen there. That's the priority system. So Zippy there on the left, he is local to this area, very experienced, and yeah, he's been around for a long time. If there's going to be someone to put in that judging panel or on priority, it's certainly Zippy. So great to see him down here again this year. And, well, for anyone on screen wondering how that priority system works, the surfers look back to the beach and it works left to right. So on screen there, the white was getting placed in. That does mean that the surfer in white has first priority and the second priority hasn't been deemed to red yet. So there it is. It gets put in the slot, and if there were another 2 surfers in there, they'd also have positions on that priority board. So surfers always having to look back and be mindful of where they're sitting in that priority rotation. So, of course, at the moment, it is white in first priority. So that means that she has right of way to any wave that comes through the lineup. Red has to give way. And, yeah, if she takes off on that wave and interferes with white, it would be an interference. It can also be blocking interferences as well and paddling for a wave and missing it and all those sorts of things. So certainly worthwhile to look back and check your priority before taking off, because there's been plenty of priority errors over the years.
Absolutely, and it's such an easy thing to do as well when you're out there in the water and you're just in that game-on mindset to sometimes forget about checking it, to think that you're in priority but then make that mistake. It's can be completely detrimental to your heat.
And just knowing where it is on the beach too, sometimes it can get a little bit confusing. You look back and you're like, oh my God, where is the priority board? And it can also be sometimes pretty far away. So if you've got a few vision challenges, it can be a bit tricky. So yeah, obviously on site here, good system that they've got in place. You see the drone view here again. That's Waddigos around the corner.
Yep, Waddigos, and just behind that one is what we call Little Waddigos. I probably shouldn't say this to a live stream, but Little Waddigos is actually where it's been at the moment. You can see all that sand sitting there. You can get a wave right from the Cape right down through into Waddigos. It's actually been working really nice.
Well, I asked for the locals' insight, and you just gave it to everyone. So everyone's going to be surfing Little Waddigos. And, yeah, Surfer in White had a look at that one, just not taking off. So not thinking that was going to improve on her scoreline. As we see Red on an absolute bomb. Nice takeoff. She's going left and looking for a section, really using those rails and elbows to shift her positioning on the board. Looks like she almost ran into her support then. Quick duck under.
Yeah. Just a little love tap there, just to make sure he's paying attention as we go into the Royal Rehab replay here. Annie Goldsmith, surfer in red from Australia. Really nice takeoff, goes straight for the big bottom turn. Having a look over to her left, doesn't really do what she wants it to do. Just does a nice little turn and a little love tap to her teammate.
Yeah, he was also giving her a few directions there, I feel. Just keep going left, try hit that section. And then, change direction on the way back down. It was a 5.1, so slight increase in Annie's scoreline. She's now got a total of 11.03, still sitting in second place because Celine Rouliard in the white from France, she's locked in that 7 and backed it up with a 5.6 on her last wave, so a total of 12.6. Healthy total for this final. This is, of course, the Prone Assist Women's Final Heat 1. They will have another opportunity to surf again. It is a leaderboard style event for these women in the water. So they will surf again with just over 1 minute remaining. Coming up next, we have the below knee standing men's division semi-final heat 3. It will be Kenjiro Ito in the red, Carter Parry in the white, and Bruce Campbell in the yellow. So another exciting matchup with just under 1 minute remaining. It is all happening here at Byron Bay for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Mobility Support. And, well, what more could you want? Not a cloud in sight, warm weather, warm water, and the waves are pumping.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an absolute stunning day. And thankfully, we've got Annie Goldsmith on another one. Really nice takeoff, nice open, clean face of the wave, leans into it, nice redirection. She's right in the curl of the wave in the critical position. That's what you want to see. And that's what the judges want to see as she rides this one out with confidence, nice and calm. Very happy with that one. You can see the heads bobbing there, absolutely frothing. We love to see it.
Yeah, she's stoked with that one as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay. Good push into this wave. Looked like she was going to get a little hung up, but she managed to get the connection and get that board tracking down the face. You could see the change in direction there, using that inside rail, looking for the section, and making her way all the way into that shoreline. So looking to improve on her scoreline. It is close between first and second, so I'll leave that in the hands of the judges.
Yeah, look, we've only got 1.6 in between. Well, a little bit less than 1.6. I can't math very well when it comes to decimal points, but very, very close. So we're just waiting for that last wave, and it is a 6.53 for Annie Goldsmith for that last wave. Not quite enough to bump her into first place. We are splitting hairs there, but that is the end of it.
We are going to go to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action. Stay tuned.
Looking good, eh?
Cano, what do you think, Luna? Giuramento de che.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
And we are back. This is day 2 of competition for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Ben way back in the booth, and I'm here with my best bud, Stevie Lee Ginger. How are things going here?
So good, dude.
We're happy to have you back with us.
Thank you. Such a pleasure to be here. Absolutely frothing. What a beautiful day. So happy.
So we're in a new division. This is the below knee standing, and this is any surfer who rides in a standing position with lower below the knee amputation or equivalent. And we have Kenjiro Ito. He is the winner from last year. There's Naughty Pauls on the beach, the couple buds. The vibes are high down on the beach. And Pauline Menser, huge help for this community. She does a lot of things for accessibility. She actually has a garage where she stores all the beach chairs and everything else, and anyone who needs anything for any of these things, she's always lending a hand in and out of the water. And she's also spicing up my dance floor with the Royal Rehab Dance Club every afternoon. But out on the water, Kenjiro Ito, he's last year's champion. Kenjiro, coming from Tokyo, Japan, surfs out in Chiba. That's where I used to live. That's the Olympics beach. And he was the 2025 ASP champion, ISA World Parasurfing champion, and he loves coming here to Byron. Him and his buddy Masa always travel together. And we also have Carter Pari from Hawaii. And Carter's, I think he's back here for his second or third time, which we're super stoked. And Carter had a... I still don't have Kenjiro's backstory. I'm going to get that if he's good with sharing it. But Carter had a flu that turned to a pneumonia and ended up losing one of his lungs and the lower lobe of his other lung. So he's working on 80% oxygen out there. And through complications, he ended up losing, I believe it's his right leg below the knee. But super, super fun dude. And here we have Kenjiro. He has been a high performer, always driving across. He's on his magic EPS carbon shortboard there. And he used that to win the ISAs last year.
As we go into the Royal Rehab replay here, Kenjiro takes off, perfectly positioned, pumping across there, speeding, working up that speed to smack the lip, rides it out nice and smooth. Gets a couple more in there and pulls off, puts a stamp on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. 7.17, and that's a tricky section right there. We did have trickier conditions with the tide going out. Now we've got the benefit of it pushing in.
We see Bruce Campbell there. Sorry there, Ben. Bruce Campbell, surfer in yellow from New Zealand. Looks like he's a goofy footer and also with the right amputation. We go into the replay here. Paddles into it. It's a nice little one. Stands up, does a big bottom turn, smacks it. Doesn't quite ride it out, but he should be happy with that one. It's nothing to sniff at.
Yesterday in Bruce's heat, he was a new face to me. I haven't seen him too much, but he has this super zippy style, goes in and out really quickly into his maneuvers, and he had stacked up some pretty good scores yesterday. So that's his opening wave right there. There we have Jimbo and Russ and Planko from the Australian Lifeguard Service on your screen. Fun things down and around, and everyone's working together. Planko runs the jet ski guys out there. And we also have the help of First Nations lifeguards.
Wetflix, I believe.
Wetflix.
I think.
So we've got, we're happy to have jet ski assistance again this year. Last year, we weren't able to get the permits to have jet skis in the water, but it's a huge help as we've got way more swell. And with this incoming tide, that's also going to mean a lot more sweep and a lot more current as we have Kenjiro picking him off. The conditions are working out so well. Navigates that nice high line through that first section and connects with that end section. A little late to it, but he's got such beautiful arm form as he takes those hits off the section. Yesterday he got a nice hit on one that got him a high score.
Nice, and here he goes again with the Royal Rehab replay. Nice little off the top. Sees the section coming up, smacks it, and just comes unstuck. Doesn't complete that one, but it comes in at a 4.0 for that ride. Gets his second score on the board, and once again, the only way is up from here for our surfer in red.
Yeah, he's already holding a pretty good score from yesterday. And here we have Bruce on his front hand. We have seen a few lefts ridden, like how he puts it on rail front side right there. And it seems as we get the higher tide, with the odd moment, sometimes the later waves in the set leave a little more water on top of the sandbar. And that depth kind of lets this little left open up every once in a while. So we have seen a couple goofy footers. Yesterday we saw our partial visual impairment Finn Banks. New kid on the block coming out, won his Aussie titles, and he's just been frothing, stacking high scores, and he got some lefts as well. So let's watch that replay.
Watch that replay of Bruce Campbell. Takes it up. He's got a nice little high line there. Really cuts it back, full 180 degrees back into the wave, but falls off the back of it there.
Yeah, so Carter, yesterday, he's communicated with all of the water safety. Everyone knows that he is only dealing with 80% of the oxygen in one lung. And so water safety knows to kind of keep their eye on him, make sure he's all good, make sure he's above the water. And he does, because he has that lack of oxygen. He came out a little bit early yesterday, feeling a little bit winded, but he had gotten some great waves and one of the best attitudes on the beach.
Absolutely. And we've got Bruce Campbell up and riding again on another cheeky little left here, which is, and takes a dive.
A little body surf out of that one. Unfortunately, as soon as your feet leave the board, the points stop. But, had it been a body surfing competition, he would have gotten his first score.
Call the replay there for us, Ben.
All right, so I like how he navigates over this one. Finds his way over that little double-up lump, and then it just kind of hits that deep spot right there. Of course, I was talking to Chaka, and it's anytime you go left, you're dealing with going against the energy of all of that current, so twice as hard to build speed to go forward on the wave if you go left.
Absolutely, yeah. It is almost antithetical to to be going left on a right-hand almost point break, really, is what we're looking for.
Antithetical. You're so eloquent.
Sorry. It's hard to switch my brain out of uni mode.
Oh, man. I respect people that actually went to uni so much. So
Sorry.
I went to the University of Surfboards and Surf Contests, but we have 14 and a half minutes, and we had a little paddle there. I think that was Carter taking a look. There we have Lauren and Samo. Sam's our photographer. He does did all the portraits for everybody else. And Sam was in the Paris 2024 Olympics with me in Tahiti. And he went over the falls in Jacko's heat with a big television camera.
Oh, no.
And got pinned on the reef.
Oh, no.
And now he's out here and taking a bunch of shots. He's got to go to Bell's later on, so he came in, volunteered his services to get a bunch of stuff going, and then he's going to be out of here and out of the scene a little later. But set up a really beautiful studio with a white background for all the sexy-looking portrait photos of all of our competitors. So good-looking stuff, and we have a top-notch infrastructure here this year, and thanks to all of our sponsors for I think we've got about twice the footprint that we did of our 2024 comp. We also have the new Royal Rehab VIP room as Carter Powry's up and riding. Bruce down the line from him. And Carter connecting it through, sticking with it. So he got some stretch on that one. That's his opening ride of this heat. We still aren't even to the halfway mark.
We'll go into the Royal Rehab replay here. It looks like a really nice wave. Gets to his feet. Nice little bottom turn there. Fortunately, the wave just gets away from him a little bit. But as you said, Ben, sticking with it, riding it out, trying to get maximum points possible off that ride.
Good connection with the energy for sure. So we still, look at this big old beach. That's all going to disappear within a couple hours here. And this big wet spot will probably be turning into the shore break in just a little bit. So we have a lot more swell today. I guess it maxed out overnight. We could hear whitewash crashing from our outrigger apartments right across from the wreck. And I was like, is that the fan? No, I think that's whitewash that I hear crashing down. So whenever you can hear it a couple blocks away, you know there's a lot of swell, and that swell will be helped in with the aid of that incoming tide. So we ain't seen nothing yet.
We ain't seen nothing yet, Benjamin.
So we had you around for a bit. You had a little ear hang up. We're happy to hear that everything's all good.
Yeah, a few hours spent in the emergency ward at our Tweed Valley Hospital last night, about an hour away from here. But we're all good. No surgery needed.
That's I'm partly to blame because that came from the water that went in your ear when we went surfing the pass the other day. You were like, my ear's feeling a little bit funky.
It's all good.
Carter watching his time. That's a good competitor. How much time we got to get down the beach? Guys, put it in second gear. I got to get back to the point. But, Kenjiro, you're starting to see that current speed up. As you can see, Kenjiro using his markers on the beach, trying to stay in position, but we will start to have that drift pulling them over towards us. And Kenjiro sitting a little bit deeper. You saw Bruce not go for a paddle, so Kenjiro must have first priority at the moment. Puts it on rail. Nice carve there, holding that rail line, staying with it, makes over these little lumps, fits over this little lumpy section, and still connecting that energy on that little board. And one thing about training in Japan, they're known for having a little less quality waves than you guys do here in Australia. So
let's take a look at the Royal Rehab replay here. Kenjiro up to his feet, nice and quick. Beautiful, smooth carve back into the wash. Pumping a little bit, generating some more speed. Another beautiful cut back into the wash. Kind of pushing it forward, sees that there's not much else, and pulls off the end there, puts a full stop.
Yeah, what Chuck and I have touched on a little bit earlier is that you need to show the judges that you ride out of the maneuvers with control, show that the nose is in front of the whitewash if it's a finishing maneuver, but just him putting that weight and keeping that thing moving out of that second turn help to ensure that he gets scored on both turns. And so he gets a 6.17 for the S1. In this heat, holding a 7.17, 6.17. Yesterday, I think it was something in the 7 range. I've been abusing Chaka and his phone to get yesterday's high scores. So we'll find out how much these guys are improving on their situation from yesterday. Had a couple people out earlier that had some really high scores, didn't replace them. They went into the heat not needing scores at all and just having a fun free surf, while others possibly didn't get the waves that they wanted yesterday, and this is their second chance to start building up. So yes, there we go, our girl, 7.83. So Stevie showing me those high scores from yesterday. 7.83 was Kenjiro's top score yesterday, and his backup was a 7.0. So he's replaced that with a 7.17, and it's a 6.17. Okay, so he's only replaced one of the high scores. My eyes are so bad, I thought that was an 8.17. Could have been.
That's okay. I thought it was a 6 earlier before, so we're all good. We're in the same boat.
So yeah, once you become middle-aged, you have a hard time between the 6s and the 8s and the blues and the greens. Just to let you know. I can't blame it on the morning light and the backlighting, because we got this beautiful sunshine getting up above these guys. And
there we go. Our First Nations lifeguards down here throwing up the shakas. Such great people, incredible water knowledge. You know, the water safety crew down there, we don't even need to say anything to them. They know what they're about. We work brilliantly together, so it's fantastic to see everybody in the community coming together to support these athletes in this event on such a beautiful day here in Byron Bay, and what's shaping up to be a beautiful week, except for tomorrow, I hear.
Tomorrow, I heard we got a little junky winds coming through, but yeah, I was lucky the day before actually on opening ceremony day, Brooke and Albie, we got Zane and Kale out on the jet skis for First Nations as we have live action. Look at all this speed. He's carrying the street. That section ran across him, but he did get up and get a good climb on the way on that one. As you can see our free surfers just on the other side. They're trying to butt up. We're in the we're in the juiciest zone right now, and everybody wants to be here, so they're just staying on the border. So nice tap there. He's able to drive out. Had that section not run on him, he did get the projection that he needed, that he could have gotten into another maneuver. But that was the end of the line. It kind of bent away. But, yeah, First Nations lifeguards, Brooke, Albie, Zane, and Kale out on the jet ski stars out there. There we have Matt. Matt's competing in the prone division. I think we'll see him out in a little bit. He's, in 2 heats we're going to see Matt McLean out there. And he'll be up against Tomoki Fujiwara and Agent Chaos, Jack Curfey. And we are so lucky to have these buggies to buzz these riders down. That's Tomoki Fujiwara, the silent killer. He's going to be in that heat as well with Matt. And that's his team with his magic board. Saw someone taking a look there. Still got 6 minutes and 15 seconds. No, that's not 8 minutes and 15 seconds. My eyes are starting to tune up a little bit here.
Yeah, no, it is 6 minutes, yep.
So we are, man, it is getting so bright and sunny outside. And my eyes were bloodshot. My eyes were the color of the Kennard's Hire logo yesterday.
So Bruce Campbell not improving on any of his scores so far from yesterday. Yesterday, his high scores were a 5.67 and a 4.03. So he's still looking to improve. He's got just over 5 minutes remaining in this heat to bump out one of those scores and replace it with something higher. As we see Tomoki and Team Japan gearing up, getting ready to go out there and do some silent killing.
Yep. So Jose Martinez, he would be out there in the water with these boys. He has named Tomoki the silent killer. Jose, roll with Guru. We're missing you out here. But he is leaving the door open for some other people to get a chance because that guy always tries to take the gold, and he does it. But right now, we out in the water. Carter Perry was also first place in the Hui OC1 paddle race, as we have Kenjiro on another one, more live action, driving across. Now he's finding some open space to pick it up. That's that stylish front side bash. He's got such good upper body form on those hits. And yesterday, that was the maneuver that gave him a high score.
As we go into the Royal Rehab replay again, really nice looking wave. He speeds around this section, sets his sight, sets his line, whack off the top. As you said, beautiful upper body maneuvering to keep him stable and riding out with confidence.
So 6.60, not going to be enough to replace one of his scores. He's already replaced one score from yesterday with a 7.17. But he's just pushing on through. We got 4 minutes. And with the amount of waves that he's catching, 4 minutes might be enough for 2 more rides, I would say, at his momentum right now. But we are... We've got Bruce Campbell out there at the top of the peak. He's in the primary takeoff zone, and I'd figure since he was probably the last to take a wave, he's holding first priority, and he's guarding that top of the peak.
Absolutely, yeah. Just waiting for that perfect wave to come through. Nice set wave that's going to give him the absolute maximum scoring potential, and this could be it here as we see him take a look. Paddles in. Is it going to sit up for him? We just lose him there on the camera, but I think he did come unstuck, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's really, really quick up to his feet, especially considering his physical degree of injury. But, man, yesterday on his highest score, zapped up to his feet in a matter of seconds. There we got Carter Perry. He's...
Looks like he's
taking as much wind in that 80% of a lung that he's working on, and he's stoked, man. He got a really nice wave. That thing stretched, and we're so stoked to have him here. We've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds, but Bruce yesterday on his highest score wave, he got up, and within a 6 meters distance, he'd zigged from 2 different rail exchanges, and I was like, man, looked like he was surfing in fast forward. So, yeah, really dynamic surfing. That one just lost his footing, unfortunately. But 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I up until coming here. I've been the last couple weeks. There we have Cam Bloom, Russ Kim, our water safety, and there's Beth from Royal Rehab. She's the one that fixed my back in that Billabong wetsuit. Thank you, Beth. I was I was at about a 45-degree angle the other day, and she helped me stand upright. And so I'm very thankful to Royal Rehab and their talented physios, and for also having my daytime nightclub after every last heat of the day. Here we go. So first priority would be back with Kenjiro after Bruce getting in that other one. That one bubbles up a little bit. So as we have that tide filling up, the energy just keeps moving across these kind of uneven bottom. And Kenjiro, right in the position to try and go for another one. He's a little bit too far in for that one, but here we go. Bruce up and riding. Zips it. Gets a little drive there. Not much left of that one. And that will pass the priority back to Kenjiro. Not sure how much distance they have between themselves, but when you do get in the dying moments and you're trying to keep your opponent from getting a score, you can do a little bit of blockage if you're within reach. Looks like they're a couple peaks away, so we probably won't see anything there. However, we got just under a minute, just enough for one of these guys to get their hands on one more ride.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. We're hitting that 45-second mark. And I believe this is the second round of the round robin, so this is it to make it count. Hopefully, good old Huey, as we like to call him, is going to send through this wave. Maybe they might be able to take off just before the buzzer, as we see Kenjiro just squeezing another one in, pumps it down the line, gets that speed, knows that it's here, whack off, and comes unstuck, unfortunately. But that was some really nice speed. Oh, he doesn't like that one.
I think he should have hit the first section instead of going around that one, aiming for the other one. And he knows it too. But he did improve on one of his scores from yesterday, so he's got to be stoked and winning the heat. So it looks like we're down to the 2-minute mark. Not enough time for Bruce to get a last wave. So we're going to take it to our quick ad break, and we will be back with another heat of this below-knee standing men's division. We'll see you guys in a second.
Every journey is shaped by people, and your path home should be led by people who value community. People like ours. McGrath, guiding you home.
Welcome back, Adaptive Surf fans. This is day 2 of competition for the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Ability Support. Ben Way in the booth, and Charles Chaka Webb is back in the booth with me as we missed some action during that ad break. We're going to catch up with this wave of John Crampton, I believe. Opening wave, this came out as a 2.33. Got into this one, got a nice run to that. And we have had that kind of deep spot ending the rides, but got a good stretch into that one. And it looks like Lachlan James had actually gotten 2 waves. I'm going to find out how Lachlan James got this 3.27. Getting into that one. A lot of face to deal with here. And there we have that. We kind of got a little trouble zone right now at this tide. We got that little pool kind of making the end of the line.
So this is a second round of a round robin for these guys as well. So they're trying to replay some scores from yesterday. So Lachlan James had a 3.50 for his high score yesterday, and his low score was a 2.93. So that 3.27 will replace his yesterday's wave. So he's increasing his overall score line. Shawnee Whitaker, who's yet to catch a wave, had a 6.27 yesterday, followed up with a 3.40. So he'll be looking to increase that. And
so we saw Shawnee go for a scratch there. He didn't get it, and then Lachlan tried to do the little alley-oop and catch up where he left off. Neither of them got that one, but now with this incoming tide, we got a little bit more increase in current, but it's actually not nearly as bad as I was expecting it to get.
Yeah.
So what we had seen earlier was Lachlan James 2.83. Now we're going to see how he made that 3.27 during the ad break. So this one looks like it's lining up nice. Gets over this little double up bump. Good footing on this one. Gets off the top. So a little bit more degree of turn on that one, explaining how he got a little bit higher score. So 3.27 for that one. That's his second wave.
So
and here we go, Shawnee. Live action. Goes and banks it off. Gets a little hung up on the toe side, but he went to whip that thing off the section there, backside.
Shawnee Whitaker trying to replace that 3.40. And here we got one of the wave skiers. Who's that?
That's Richard. That's
one of the wave
skiers. Brand new guy, first parasurfing ever in the Australian. And here we have Shawnee. Oh, you can see him having to shake that leash off.
Yeah.
So we were speaking about that a couple days ago, that these guys with the back leg amputation and the prosthetic sometimes step on the leash and the thing just rolls that surf foot off.
Lose a lot of the traction.
So Lachlan James, he's got a waist leash that's made for foiling. And so he's got no leash tugging on his feet, and also is coiled up like a bodyboard, so it keeps away from his feet.
Right.
So some pretty cool advanced technology and new approach to this this below-the-knee stand.
So, again, Shawnee putting up that 2.40 with that. And we have Lachlan James down the beach getting something. He had another third ride. There's Tomoki Fujiwara, who yesterday lit it up in round 1.
He had some amazing rides,
Had
man.
a high score of a combined high score of a 16, mid-16. So he's really, I believe he had an 8 or a 9. Went excellent with one of those scores, and then a really high 7. So he really putting it down. I believe he did score a 9.0 yesterday.
Yeah, and with better conditions today, it's looking a lot more inviting and a lot more space also for the prone guys to move. It wouldn't be surprising if he throws down some more of that. And there we have Jesse Billauer, Dad George, getting him all sun protected, and this is the 30-year anniversary of his accident. And if this guy hadn't come on the adaptive scene, we wouldn't all be here at the moment.
He is the spark that ignited the inferno that now burns across the earth that is known as adaptive surfing. So really looking forward to seeing that division. Tomoki did score a 9 yesterday, so one of the highest scores of the day. probably the best heat I had ever seen Tomoki surf. I've seen him surf a lot around the world, and that guy was lighting it up. Here we go. White taking off.
All right, White, good one. John Crampton finally got one that stretches here. Made it around 2 sections. Really good speed. Super good footing. And I like that one a lot. I think that's one of the better waves that he's gotten out of his 2 rounds. So we'll see how that works out with his high scores.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help him out for sure.
Here's the replay.
Dropping in, getting a lot of open face right here. Nice little double up. Catches the section right there. Gets rounded. Another open face opportunity right here. Just gets caught up in the whitewash. He's trying to replace a 5.33 and a 4.40, and he does just that with a 6.33. That will factor into his overall score line.
Yeah, he's got to be stoked on that one.
Putting him up in the lead for sure. Not only in the heat, but in that race for the final. Top 4 will go to the final. That's going to position him nicely. Kenjiro Ito obviously is the leader in that, having 2 really nice heats.
Oh, man.
That big snap 7 that he threw up right there.
He's been ripping. All these guys have been ripping, but as far as having excellent wave selection, Kenjiro's been on it. And you saw Shawnee just down the line from John. He could see that was going to be a killer wave too, but I think John had the higher priority.
Yep. Shawnee doing the right thing. You know, you can't. Somebody's got priority, man. It's just a self-inflicted wound and making your job harder. So all Shawnee needs is another, 6.27 like that he had in the first round. If he can match that, he puts himself into a great position. If he can just better the 3.40, that strengthens his position as well. But
these conditions are looking super fun.
Yeah, those corners right there were
we got
taking
Lachlan
off.
Highlining it. Gets over this double up. Really good footing here, getting some rhythm going. That's his best wave of this heat, I would say. So we'll see how that affects his score line and see if that replaces anything that he held yesterday.
Yeah, dropping in, getting that double up, getting a little bit of open face right here, and just riding out of it. So he's trying to replace a 3.50 and a 2.93 from yesterday. So he had already done that. There's a 3.0 that will not replace his 3.27 is going to help him. He needs to get something better than that too.
But where does that put him now? Is he in fourth or fifth?
He's at the bottom a little bit there. That would put him at a combined, let me try to do some math here real quick, a 6.5, 7. So Shawnee's up there with a 6.27, and he's got a 9.67. So he's got to at least better that.
So Kenjiro's in the lead.
Yeah, Kenjiro's in the lead now.
Who would be second?
Second looks like maybe John Crampton would be in second with a 6 from yesterday. Nope, 5.33 from yesterday, and that 6.33. So that's going to be 11.6.
Shawnee would be third-ish.
Yeah, Shawnee would be third-ish.
So Lachlan's still making the cut at the moment.
I'm not sure. You're putting too much pressure on me, bro. Carter Perry and Bruce.
You're gonna flex your math. I'm gonna put it to work, baby.
I gotta look at the other scores, brother. I gotta see what Bruce did. I didn't see what those guys did in the heat. I didn't call that heat, brother.
Know, man.
So yeah, it looks like if Bruce and Carter didn't better their position from yesterday, that James Lachlan would be nudging out Bruce. I just would have to do some math and see those scores.
I think both of those riders may have improved on one score each. So we'll check that out. But, we just hit the halfway mark. We have some amazing conditions, and this isn't even where the juice comes in with the incoming tide. We've just barely filled in that inside, and we're already seeing these things stretch. Here we have a quick drop here by John Crampton. A little more towards the inside there, but he's able to ride this one a ways.
So I've done the math.
Okay, I'm ready.
I've done the research.
See, I knew you were.
Bruce Campbell has a 9.70 yesterday combined score. So it doesn't change. His situation right there is a little bit better than Lachlan's.
Okay.
Lachlan needs to get better than that 9.70. And then, of course, Shawnee's sitting at that 967, so he's kind of nudged up against that.
But that's
so,
heat total, right?
Yeah, heat total. So Shawnee really needs to better his situation as well.
Because if you say they need a 9.67, that sounds like more of a hefty job.
No,
it's the total of combined
of
two
score.
waves. But 11 minutes and 15 seconds, but John's got to be stoked to have gotten his hands on that one. And that also just shows how great the conditions and what we got going here.
Yeah, they're getting opportunities now. It's coming in. It's filling in a little bit. Low tide was at 9:50. Now we're, almost 2 hours past that. So we're starting to get some. You can see all the lines all the way around the bay. You can see there's plenty of swell to come in. As soon as it starts to fill in even a little bit more. We've only got a few more heats. I think right now we've got 4 more heats to go today. And you can see there's plenty of energy, all that stuff breaking way outside. If that's flat out there, there's no swell. So we've got some energy in the bay.
Are we ending with prone assist today, or are we going into the knee? Because we've got all the upcoming heats in order here, but I'm not sure where we're going to cut the line off.
A prone assist at 12:22 will be the last heat of the day.
Man, I want more.
So it's a early day today. It's a lay day tomorrow. We're off tomorrow, but the site is open. They are serving breakfast and lunch to all the athletes and volunteers. So make sure that you guys come down. The event site will be open. There will be surf. There will be food. There will be culture. There will be adaptive surfing community. Come down, check it out, have some fun. If you're an athlete, make sure you get down here, support the event site. Get that breakfast, get that lunch. Ginger Deb down here working hard. Deb Ginger, excuse me. I've always called her Ginger Deb.
Debbie.
Debbie Ginger. But she baked me some special cookies today baked from love.
Man, they're good. I was lucky you shared.
She told me nobody.
Her buddy also who set us up with a bunch of cookies for all the competitors were also delicious. Some Anzac biscuits. Had a couple of those. That's what kept me out of your Tupperware over here.
Yeah, we're getting spoiled, man. See, look at this nice little wave. Shawnee, can he get into it? Oh, Shawnee just can't get into that. And you can see that nice right-hander.
It looks like we're just minutes away from that starting to break on the juicy sandbar.
Yeah, he's almost in the right spot, but just couldn't quite dig into that one. You can see that drone shot where it's kind of doubling up right there, fading into the sandbar right there.
This is a great angle. We can really see what's going on, and we can also really understand everyone's positioning. You can also see just reaching the right side of your screen is how that thing doubles up. So once we get rid of that pool on the inside, that little bump in front of the wave should start getting out of the way.
You can just see those lines wrapping in. See up the way, that's Tomo's Rock up that way. And then all the way at the point is the pass. Super lucky to be able to hold an adaptive surf contest here because the judging booth is mobile. It's a trailer. It moves. You can move it to any peak along the bay. And we've, in the years past, been up at Tomo's and been at Clark's. Been at Clark's one day, been at Tomo's the next day, then been back down at Clark's, just depending on the swell, the conditions, and the direction of the wind, which in the bay plays a major factor on the surf.
Yeah, all of that headland that you see working up to the pass blocks that wind coming out of the east. So that helps keep this whole little catcher's mitt in here nice and clean, even if it is blown out down the beach. So we're in the most favorable spot and with the best conditions, and also with the best setup to stretch these waves down that sandbar before coming down here and clamping down all at once out front.
Yep, 7 minutes left.
All right. Crampton, nice high line here, driving it. He has had some great wave selection. He's cooking on this one and riding out with control. So he had gotten a 6.33 for a similar wave. I think this could be even better. What do you think?
That was a great ride. He had a 5.33 from yesterday. That 6.33 is going to factor in, so he's going to double that. with a 7.0. So his scoreline is from yesterday's gone. He's living on the scoreline from today, and he's put himself right up there with Kenjiro Ito, 13.33. Kenji's got a 14, mid-14. So Shawnee Whitaker now has his work cut out for him, and so does the rest of the field. Lachlan James, and of course the first heat already went, so Carter Perry's work has been done, and Bruce Campbell, he's increased his. He didn't increase his situation from yesterday, so none of the waves that he caught today will factor in. He's living on a 9.70 combined from yesterday, a 5.67 and a 4.03. So Shawnee's in danger right now, falling out if he can't better his score line, because Bruce Campbell has that 9.70 and Shawnee is at a 9.67 by 0.3 of a point.
And what's Lockie at?
Lockie's still needing to help himself. He's right about that 7.50. He's got a 3.50 from yesterday and that 4.17 from today. Shawnee on his backhand.
All right, nice line on this one. Top turns it, reads this one well. We can see these conditions are getting way better. Smart decision right there, getting over that spot right there, initiating the turn to get over that double up. And he got a nice stretch on that one. He's been waiting for that wave.
Shawnee, my boy, what a great wave for him. We're going to call this replay from the drone shot. Shawnee picking his line right there. Making a really nice decision. That little hop and that cutback right there. Connected the inside so he can get this little runner right here.
Had he not have gotten that cutback, he wouldn't have made it over that lump.
So he wanted to hit that right there, but couldn't quite do it. And bam, Shawnee answers with a 7.17. So that 6.27 from yesterday and that 7.17, that's going to challenge John right there.
So 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And
so Shawnee's going to be just ahead of John Crampton by a few tenths of a point.
Wow.
If my math is correct, that is, Shawnee would be at a 13.44 and John Crampton's at a 13.33. So down to the tenths of a point, it's creeping down. Shawnee put himself in great position right now with a beautiful wave. He waited a long time for it. Went through that heat, only catching 4 waves so far. Nothing better than a 2.43. And then, bam, he busts out that 7.17. Puts himself in a great position to squeak into the final.
Well, things are definitely looking on the up and up as far as this tide filling in. Conditions are doing what we had predicted, with it filling in and starting to hit that wonder bar. And with the increase in swell, beautiful wind conditions, man, it couldn't be better for these guys.
Yeah, it's filling in really nice. Shawnee's kind of sitting on the inside now. He's regrouping. I think he's thinking, man, he's trying to do some math right now.
The other thing is these guys, one of these guys has priority
Correct.
At the moment. So
Shawnee has the last priority right now.
If he stays floating in free man zone over there, he can play around under priority of those other guys without even having to risk any kind of interference.
So now he's looking to replace a 6.27, which isn't going to be easy. He's going to need a really good wave to do that.
He knows he wants to be over where John is, but
Right.
he's got to wait for those guys to take their turn in line before he can make his way back up there. He's a smart
the way
competitor.
it is right now, if you're sitting under those guys, everybody's missing waves and not sitting as close to the inside as they need to. So maybe Shawnee wants to pull underneath them, see if he can't psych one of them into a wave or something, you know? It's all a mind game now.
Yeah, and it's still, I mean, you can see how flat the flats are in front of the shore break right there. The tide's still just starting to fill in. It hasn't filled in that much. So it's still a little bit on the lower side compared to what we were dealing for kind of like late in yesterday's first day of competition.
Yeah, and I think maybe Shawnee's just saying, you know what, 7.17, and here he goes. He's trying to take something on the inside. Shawnee up and riding on his forehand.
Smart move. Under priority, using that freedom of not having to worry about standing in line. And he's also, as we mentioned before, anytime you take a left, you're just moving yourself back towards the juicy spot where you want to be and not risking taking yourself down in the current.
Yeah, fun wave for Shawnee. Knows that it's not going to replace a 6.27 in the overall score line, but I think he just wants to put himself a little closer. He knows it's the waning minutes of the heat. He knows the heat's ticking down. Here we go, yellow, paddling hard.
All right, Lockie, a little late there. Couldn't quite get his footing. We're just on 1 minute remaining. John trying to use the whitewash to roll into this one. He's just going to take that one in. He knows he's feeling pretty good about his scores. See where Shawnee is in the lineup compared to these guys.
40 seconds left. Everybody's just pretty much calling it. I think that maybe there's one guy out there.
I think that might be Shawnee right there.
Shawnee paddling to try to get back out there, maybe.
No wonder there's
last
30 seconds.
Hey, I can tell you that last 30 seconds can count, baby. You know, you got to use every minute of the clock that you can, because once you're up to your feet, you can paddle until it says,
gotta have
second, but you got to be to your feet by
before
the time
the horn.
Before the horn. Now, for a wave ski, you have to kind of engage in a turn. So you have to engage in a bottom turn, be on the face of the wave, and
be
dig
way
your paddle,
more into it.
Dig your paddle, you know.
Well, looks like that is going to be time for that heat. Great surfing by all of these competitors. We're going to take a quick rest, and then we come back with our men's prone assist division. We'll see you guys in just a moment.
I'm here at Urban Surf supporting the BrightSky and Forward Ability adaptive surfing event, and super excited to see first-timers to people like Sam Bloom who have competed on the world stage.
Got over 30 surfers here registered to jump in the water with us today, and there's a real buzz, lots of excitement. BrightSky and Forward, we've been around for 64 years supporting people with spinal cord injury, and through BrightSky we're able to fund an event like this.
I'm excited, it's electric out here, so much energy.
There's a huge crew. The weather has turned it on. It's going to be a sick day. I'm super keen. Get some waves with some mates.
We're lucky to have Sam Bloom here. She's a great ambassador for forward ability support, but also a great advocate for surfing.
Sick event. It's cool to have so many surfers out here, and wild setup with Urban Surf and BrightSky and Starwood, and yeah, it's going to be bad. You couldn't get a better setup for getting into surfing for adaptive athletes.
It's incredible that BrightSky and Forward Ability have put this event on and have made it happen, and yeah, obviously with the support of Starwood. So no, it's awesome. I hope we'll do many more events like this.
Welcome back to the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, brought to you by Forward Ability Support. In the booth, Charles Chaco Webb with Britt Nickel. How you doing, Britt?
I'm really well, thank you. Nice and refreshed. I just went for a little swim.
Nice, nice. We got a replay right here of Matt McLean with his 4.67. This is the second round of a round robin. Matt scoring an two-wave total of 11.60 yesterday with a 7.1 and a 4.50. So that 4.67 will factor in. It'll drop that 4.50 from yesterday. It'll increase his score line. Here's another replay of red. Tomoki Fujiwari with a 3.83. Tomoki is your division leader right now. Scored a 9.0 yesterday and a 7.83. The kid was on fire. He's got a two-wave total in the first round of the round robin, a 16.83.
That is an impressive scoreline. That'd have to be one of the highest of the event so far.
Second highest of the event, and one of the only 9 scored. So Tomoki putting in the work, traveling the tour the last few years, doing the U.S. Open, doing the Hawaii event, traveling around with Kenjiro Ito and Masafumi Kobayashi. Team Japan, very strong internationally at the pro level, also at the ISA level as well. Very well represented. Kenjiro Ito and Masafumi, they put on the Japanese Open, which will come in May, right after the Hawaiian event. The North Shore Prosthetics Access Surf Hawaiian Adaptive Surfing Championships, May 5th through the 8th. And then shortly after that, if you can make the stint right over to Japan, you can surf the wave pool over there. And taking off, Jack Curfey, known as Agent Chaos. Drawing a beautiful line here. Jack catching probably one of the better waves we've seen this morning. Trying to get up into that closeout. Jack catching a beautiful wave. He's got a combined score of a 12.50 from yesterday. So he's trying to replace a few nice scores, a 6.33 and a 6.17. There's the replay.
This is, of course, the Royal Rehab Group replay. And, yeah, nice wave. Took off right out the back and got the link through all the way. And just opting out there, making life a little easier for himself. But, conditions will start to change a little bit now that we have the incoming tide. More water moving into the bank.
And Jack does increase his overall score line. That 6.50 will replace the 6.17 from yesterday. So not a huge improvement, but a half a point nonetheless. And it looks like we've had a few other scores. Matt McLean, scored a 4.67, and we saw those replays with Tomoki as well. So filling in, the bay is got plenty of energy. The weather's just incredible. Not a cloud in the sky. I was here for a few days before the event, and it was raining every 45 minutes. So to have this sunshine, the forecast, no rain for the rest of the event, swell, just we couldn't ask for anything better, man.
Yeah, that is certainly what we want. Clear skies, sunny weather, water clarity is beautiful, the temperature is beautiful in and out of the water, and, well, we've got waves. It is absolutely pumping. And, yeah, plenty of opportunity for these athletes.
So what we definitely want people to know, tomorrow is a lay day. We're going to take tomorrow off, but the event site will be open. So we want athletes, people to come down, check it out. They will be serving breakfast to the athletes and the volunteers and the staff, also lunch as well. So please come down, hang out at the event site. There'll be music. I'm sure DJ Benway will be at the Royal Recovery tent, popping it out, jamming it up, keeping everybody moving, limber and loose.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Still plenty of action down here, along the event site. Great to see.
And this is a busy park, the main beach has a lot of traffic, but, we don't want the athletes to think that they're not welcome to come down here on the lay day and hang out, and that the volunteers and everybody, it's open for business. The vendors will be here. The food will be here. Deb Ginger will be here, cooking everybody breakfast and lunch, keeping us all happy. And there'll be some surf. So, even though the wind isn't great for our purpose, maybe come down in the morning, get a good surf in. There's going to be swell, so there's definitely opportunity for surf. Even if it's a little blown out, there's still parts of the bay that offer really fun surf. So,
yeah, for sure. Sometimes I feel like if there's a bit more wind, it can create a few more little sections that might not have been there on a cleaner day.
Right.
Normally spreads the crowd out a little bit more too if it looks more wind affected.
Right.
In some cases, depending on what part of the world you're in.
Some people just don't know better. They're just like surf. They don't even factor in the wind.
And that is true. There's so many people that I guess surf all over the world, but Byron Bay, it is such a transient location, and you do have a lot of people that may have never surfed before,
right,
and give surfing a go while they're here. And if they don't have that background and that ocean knowledge, sometimes it is hard to differentiate what's good and what's bad, so they go out anyway.
And you can see there's a great shot from way down by Main Beach, flying up towards the event site. See the event site right there to the right. And yeah, it's just so many people on the beach, so many little peaks in yellow up and riding.
What
Matt McLean.
Absolute bomb here for Matt. It's a nice steep takeoff. And he's looking for this inside connection. And linking this one all the way through. And keeping that board on rail. He's going to take this one all the way to the sand.
He'll be very happy with that one. He's looking to replace a few nice scores from yesterday. I'll give you that in just a second. But here's the replay right here, the Royal Rehab replay. Nice bank. Matt just going down the line, staying with it, redirect, gets that little reform right there. You can see his water team right behind him, ready to catch him. Yeah, redirect all the way to the inside, right up onto the sand.
It was a beautiful first turn. Just a nice read on that first section.
And that's going to stack a 5.27 on top of that 4.67. That 4.67 was replacing a 4.50 from yesterday. So I imagine that 5.27 is going to factor in to those scores.
Here we go, the support crew encouraging him, maybe giving him some tips along the way as they work their way back up into the corner. Still plenty of time on the clock, just over 14 minutes. As you can see on screen there, this is certainly a marathon kind of effort, not just for the athletes, but the support crew as well.
No, they know every second counts, and I kind of talked about that earlier. Matt from yesterday had a 7.10 and a 4.50, so that 5.27 is going to go stack on top of that 7.10. It's going to put him in good position to make the final. Jack Curfey has that 6.50. That's going to replace a 6.17 from yesterday, increase his by a half a point. Kind of talked about that earlier. And Tomoki's just out there doing a victory lap. He's got a 9.0 from yesterday and a 7.83. Of course, he would love to better that. But I think more so for him, it's probably just getting more familiar with the break, getting his team more familiar with the banks at different tides. Of course, the tide different from yesterday. Red up and riding Tomoki. Fujiwari not getting a lot of open face on that one.
Yeah, I was interested to see how he would approach this heat, knowing that he had two really good scores from yesterday to build on, and whether or not it was a case of waiting out there to try and improve on that situation, or, like you said, just get more comfortable with the lineup.
I think it's more about his team as well, just trying to get them.
You see the Royal Rehab Group replay on screen. It was a steeper section on the takeoff, not much to offer on the inside, but still managed to link this one through, really leaning into those rails to change direction and giving a little shaka there to his crew. In the background, free surfer.
Yeah, right.
Took off on a bomb.
So Tomoki will score a 4.90 with that. Again, he's living on 7.97 and a 9 from yesterday. So that's not going to factor into his overall score. But again, I think him and his team are just getting a good feel for this spot, because it looks like we might be here for the duration. Not a lot of sand up at Tomo's. So they're saying unless that changes, we'll probably stay here in the nook at Clark's right here. So they're just really kind of feeling it out, getting comfortable with the rising tide, and picking off a decent wave.
There's a nice looking board.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work the last couple of years. His surfing has really increased. I think that when you travel around and you surf different conditions, different locations, different style of waves, it really only enhances your ability to surf any conditions. So he's been putting in a lot of work, and it shows, man. He's putting up some really nice scores from yesterday. Even that 5.27 as a throwaway, that's what you really want.
It is. That's what you want to be. Yeah, that's a good strike rate.
Right.
On screen there, you can see the clarity in the water. That sand really coming to the surface. A few little rock shelves as well. We are, of course, in Byron Bay. This is a beautiful part of the country, far north coast of New South Wales. Stunning location, and I spoke of it earlier. I feel like one of the major draw cards for this area of the coast is the temperatures all year round.
Yeah.
It doesn't get that cold. Even
God.
in winter.
So you can see kind of that drone shot, the right, that just the formation of the foam right there, of the white water. You can see that's a little shelf right there that you got the opportunity to catch a decent little score. And you can see that whole bottom spot, just the rock formations, the sand shelf right there, the contour of the ocean, kind of how it's going to break right in there. And it looks like that team, I can't see what color it is, looked like Matt McLean's team kind of taking the long route out to the peak. And it's kind of, as the tide's coming up, you just kind of get closer and closer to that ledge. And you just got to be willing to sit right on that ledge and take what it gives you. If you find that corner, you're going to get that connector. If you don't find the corner, then it's just going to be a closeout. You can hope to get maybe that one big maneuver, because they're giving good scores for that one big vertical maneuver.
Yeah,
if you can
of course.
do that.
Yeah, with those more critical sections, I feel like if you can capitalize on one of those, you're going to get a high number, even if it is that one turn.
And it looks like white, Jack Curfey kind of maybe asking for a time or a score. Beautiful drone shot of Tomoki's team. Getting right up there. That's it. And see, that's not our water assistance. That's his team. So that is his pusher or his catcher taking him out. Not sure which one, but ooh, Jack Curfey on a screamer down the line. Jack finding the connector on the inside. Can he get up? Boom, Curfey, Surfy going for a ride. That guy just tried to snap that right there. Caught that outside. Call this.
As we have the Royal Rehab Group replay. Beautiful looking wave, great open face, and you could just see it. It was lining up down the bank, and he spotted this last section using that inside rail and putting it up into the lip, but just not able to get the completion. Really hard section to ride out of, but I just loved his commitment to that section.
A little too much bounce on the come down, but he had it, and bam, Curfey Surfy, Agent Chaos throwing down a 6.67. That is going to factor into his score line as well. So Jack replaced both of his sixes from yesterday with higher scores. He had a 6.33 and a 6.17 yesterday. He bettered both of those with a 6.50, and that ride right there, a 6.67. He's got to be stoked about that.
And that kind of alludes to what we were just talking about with those critical sections, and if you can make the most of it, you will get a high number. You know, like he got a 6.67 and he wasn't able to quite ride out of that last turn, so you could only imagine where that number might have went had he have made the completion.
Yeah, if he makes that, it's going excellent for sure. Probably a mid to high 8, maybe a possibly low 9. Jack really increasing his game over the last couple of years too. Jack has come to Hawaii and come to the U.S. Open and been traveling, and his surfing shows. He's been just up in his game every contest. He's a little braver. He's trying something new. He's going down the line a little faster, drawing better lines, having better vision on the wave. And boom, who's this? Red. Tomoki Fujiwara trying to get over the hump, and he does with a little lean forward up into the lip. Tomoki Fujiwara snapping that one. What a beautiful ride for him, Britt.
That was. He got the section, and, well, yeah, you could just see that forward lean. He's an experienced competitor, and that technique, it just shows in his surfing as we watch the Royal Rehab Group replay. Beautiful opener here keeping the board on rail here, but you can just see right there, that lean forward gets him down the face and into the steep pocket and up into that critical section and managed to get the completion, and he was happy with that one.
What a beautiful wave for him. Again, Tomoki has some big scores from yesterday, a 9.0 and a 7.83, but that could challenge that 7.83. That was a beautiful ride, really nice technique. You can tell he's been working on the board. Here comes a replay for yellow. Matt McLean getting a nice ride down the line, snapping that up right there. And Tomoki putting up a 7.40. It's not going to factor into his overall score line, but wow, what a wave to have as a throwaway at 7.4.
Yeah, it is a good number. Yeah, I'd be happy with that in my scoreline, let alone as a throwaway. So that's 7.4, great surfing there from Tomoki. And yeah, the judges would have compared. You know, the last for Jack Curfew was a 6.67. He didn't get the completion. There were similarities in those waves, obviously different, but there were similarities. And with Tomoki getting that critical end section and making the finish, he just had that edge over Jack Curfew in the white.
I think Jack's was a little steeper. It would have probably produced another point or so if he would have completed it. It was a little more hard vertical maneuver, but Tomoki just throwing down, letting everybody know he's come to play.
He certainly has, with just over 5 minutes on the clock. This is, of course, the Prone Assist men's division. And they will have the Prone Assist coming up in the next heat also. Christopher Waker, Lee Ferrier, Danny Boyd, and Mark Leslie. Another great matchup between those competitors. And here we go on screen, red and yellow, both support crew trying to get their surfers back into the lineup. Here we go. Surfer having a look, opting not to take off. I think that might have been the surfer in yellow, Matt McLean, opting and identified that wasn't going to improve on his situation or scoreline. Beautiful conditions here at Byron. I do feel that the waves are starting to improve with this incoming tide. It is giving surfers that inside connection and that steeper connection on the inside bank that they didn't have earlier today.
Yeah, if they can get, like Tomoki just needed to lean forward just a little bit. If you can get that cut back in the right section or you can get that lean forward, you see that you have a lot more scoring opportunity on that inside. And we've been talking about it since yesterday. That exclamation point, that finishing mark is what you really want to get. Those couple turns on the open face, great. But if you can answer it with a big snap at the end or a nice closeout snap with an exclamation point, the judges love that. They always add something onto the end of that. So great job by Tomoki Fujiwara.
It was, yeah, literally trying to add that point of difference. It shows, you know, the judges notice even the slightest little things, like even body language, you know, that can be a make or break for some competitors that I've seen in the past with events. And, yeah, you want to have that strong body language and showing the judges that you're happy with the ride, even if you're not so sold on it yourself.
Right. Here goes Matt McLean trying to lean into that one, not able to do it. You can see it kind of held back on him. And here goes Jack Curfew on another little screaming right-hander down the line. Jack up into the pocket, getting that reform on the inside. Jack Curfew coming to play today. See if he can finish this one. Jack riding out of it. Oh, goodness. Jack trying to ride out of it. He's still connected to his board. He just could not come out in front. But what a beautiful ride by Jack Curfew.
It was, as we have the Royal Rehab Group replay. Beautiful wave selection here, really making the difference here for Jack Curfew in the white as he works this one all the way through. Great read. He took the high line. He was looking for this lip line to finish, and he just got caught on the inside, just kind of drifting sideways a little bit. Couldn't straighten out. But still,
he refused to come off the board.
He was not going to let go.
He said, I'm not coming off of this. I'm completing this. I'm completing this maneuver. So Jack really coming to play today. Beautiful ride for him. It's a 6.40, and he just can't quite complete that last maneuver, going incomplete. But if he does, again, that one's going to go probably in the sevens, mid-sevens, maybe high sevens.
And one of the strong points here, too, is not only is he going for it, but his wave selection has been on point in this heat. For example, he's got 3 6s.
Yeah, he's done great with the wave selection, him and his team. And here's yellow, Matt McLean, sitting on a 5.27. He has a 7.1 from yesterday, so he's sitting nice. This is going to come down to who makes the final by tenths of a point between Jack Curfey, him, and some of these other heats that are coming. Here's the replay.
Surfer in yellow, that's Matt McLean linking this one through. Not much of an open face on offer. Got a little steeper here on this inside section just as he kind of gets a little double up. And, well, he'll make his way in with less than a minute on the clock. And that's not going to be enough time to get back up into the corner and back into the lineup.
That was a cracker of a heat, though. A lot of exchanges, some good scores up there. Really showing you what this little spot can do, giving you a bunch of 7s, 6s, some good scores on the board. We got really some awesome heats coming up. Jesse Blower's coming up in his heat real soon. Looks like Chris Waker, Lee Ferrier, Denny Boyd, Mark Leslie in the next heat. And then that will be followed by Jesse Blower, Bailey Vandenhoeven, and Cliff O'Gralton. Cliff and Jesse just having a punch-out brawl yesterday with the waves they were exchanging on. And Chris Waker really having a great surf with Lee Ferrier yesterday. Those guys going back and forth. So it seems like every heat you have 1 or 2 of those guys that are just punching each other out and going back and forth, kind of finding that spot. But we're going to take you to a commercial break with the end of that heat. What a beautiful heat. We'll be right back in Byron Bay. Welcome back to the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships, presented by Forward Ability Support. In the booth, Charles Chaka Webb with Stevie Lee Ginger. How you doing, Stevie?
I'm so good, Chaka. Absolutely pumped to be back on the mic. Just spent a little time with the athletes over in the VIP section, cheering on our previous heat. It was absolutely a vibe over there. Everyone's
that was
so
a banger
stoked.
of a heat for sure. And we have the second, we got a replay right here of White. Lee Ferrier throwing up a 4.83. Lee snapping the top of that one and just going for a ride. I'm going to try to get some scores from yesterday, see what we're dealing with, but I know that Chris Waker had a really good heat yesterday. He had some decent scores, so we're going to see if anybody's replacing anything.
And we've got the replay of Chris Walker in red, his first wave. Nice looking wave, redirects, crossing up and down, goes down in the wash, flips it over and bails out.
He's got that Pearson Aero board he started surfing last year. Really changed his whole surf style. He was surfing on a cork board before. He gets a 5.67. Lee Ferrier with a 4.83. Denny Boyd with a 3.67. Trying to tap into the heat schedule and see replay of Denny Boyd's 3.67 down the line, way down the corner. He's going to take a ride on the wheelchair back up the beach, but a nice little wave for him.
Going to get really good length of ride for that one all the way into the beach.
So Lee Ferrier yesterday had a combined score of a 15.56. He's living on a 7.83 and a 7.73 from yesterday. So none of those up there are going to factor in. Here goes the replay of Chris Waker's 5.67 redirect on the drop. Getting some open face.
Really bouncy there as the water is starting to fill up in front of the waves.
So Chris, I think that was the 3.67 right there. And he is sitting on a 6.5 from yesterday and a 6.90 from yesterday. So that 5.67 is not going to factor in, and that 3.67 is not going to factor in. And, yeah, so they've got some big scores to replace from yesterday. Denny Boyd, that 3.67 will replace a 2.50 from yesterday. So he's going to increase his score line right there. And Mark Leslie has yet to catch another wave. He is sitting on a 6.56 combined score with a 4.83 and a 1.73 from yesterday. So the boys are already getting to work. Surf cooperating, conditions cooperating, sunshine. Couldn't ask for anything better, Stevie.
Absolutely, Chaka. As we see the team in yellow for Danny Boyd of Australia starting to make their way back out, get him back out there into the lineup for another banger of a wave. Looks like they're struggling a bit there on the rocks. It must be really tricky. Especially in that particular area, you can't really see what's under your feet because of all that churning sand and
you
the white
see
water.
that double up white waters right there, and you can see, look at this stacking little insider. So it's not easy to get back through there, even when you have two people helping you. And that's why we have so many people in water support. And, you know, those guys had it handled, so the water support didn't really need to help them right there. As long as the team can handle it and they're doing their thing, if the athlete is by themselves or, you know, on the inside flipped over, something like that, that's when the water team jumps into action real quick, gets over there and starts getting people out of the impact zone.
Absolutely. And we've got surfer in red, just cool, calm, collected out the back there, just waiting for an opportunity to roll on through.
That's Chris Waker, and that's his whole deal. If you know Chris Waker, he is the definition of calm, cool, and collective. He's always got a smile on his face. Really awesome character, really good representative of adaptive sports in general. He's comes from a skiing background, very high-level snowboarder, skier, has a ton of knowledge in that, coaching, and he won High Fives Athlete of the Year 2025, super huge, prestigious honor. He did, I think, pretty much everything they do, from dirt, fishing to skiing. He did all the sports, all the pillars of the sports that High Fives offers. And wow, White screaming down the line right now. Lee Ferrier, giant snap, trying to ride out of that, not able to do it. What a beautiful wave, though.
Oh, so close to riding that out as well. And as we see the water safety team getting to him within seconds, keeping him safe as we go into the Royal Rehab replay. Look at this wave chucker. Oh my God, that is some decent size. Beautiful trim, hits it off the bottom, brings it up to the top, smacks it. So close to riding it out though, but doesn't quite make it.
If he comes out of that, Stevie, we're talking big time, showtime, prime time, all time. Big scores.
Absolutely.
But we'll see what that comes up with. Again, he had some real big scores from yesterday, a 7.83 and a 7.73. That's why he's going nuclear. He's trying to blow the top off of that stuff because he knows he's sitting on some good scores from yesterday. And he says, look, if I want to add to my score line, I need to do something bigger. And we'll see what that offered right there. I think that was a 4.17. It's not going to factor in. Here is blue Mark Leslie for his first wave of the heat. He's trying to replace a 1.73, which I'm pretty much guaranteeing that wave's going to do it. He's doing a little redirect on the inside. Giving a little head shake. He's kind of stoked right there. He's going, yeah, yeah, yeah. He's got a 4.83 from yesterday. I'm guaranteeing that 1.73 is out the window right there. That was a nice ride for him.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see the Royal Rehab replay of this wave for the surfer in blue. Pulls it in. Beautiful wave sitting up in front of him. We've got that subtle head and shoulder adjustment, leaning into the rail, pulling it across, getting some speed, pulling it back, a little bit of a redirect there, and rides it all the way to the beach. So he's stoked, I'm sure. I think we're still waiting on that score to drop. Oh, that was the first wave?
3.0.
Very nice.
So he dumps that 1.73, replaces it with that 3.0, combined with a 4.83. He's got a 7.83 combined score from round one yesterday. And here goes red, Chris Waker on a gem, screaming down the line on that Pearson Arrow board, challenging the top of the wave and just kind of digging the nose on the way down. But Chris throwing down the heat.
And once again, the water safety right there as we go into the replay. Chris pulls into the nice little pocket there, right in the curl. Really good positioning. See how much he's engaging that rail, and unfortunately just pearls the nose of the board there.
That was a beautiful wave by Chris. The wave selection that we're seeing right now with this assisted division, that's a team effort. You've got the pusher, you've got the athlete. It's a combination of both. Do they want to go? Yes, no, yay. And it's, sometimes the pusher just says, I'm sending you on this one, because the pusher knows this is going to be a really good wave. And it looks like some little lines coming in, Stevie. You can see the stacks on the back. The wind is a little bit mixed up, but right here, nice corner, White passes on it. Says, I think I'll wait.
We'll see what happens with this set as it rolls through. Hopefully it's
another little corner right here.
All the athletes just getting out the back. I think they've got a signal from the jet ski boys to, here comes a set. Let's get out here.
And
we've got White in position. Let's hear it, Chaka.
Down the line, Lee Ferrier staying high up on it, keeping his speed around the section, trying to challenge the top of the wave. Not much to offer as far as high-speed maneuvering, but drew a really high line, stayed at the top of the wave. Again, he's trying to replace some higher sevens from yesterday, a 7.83 and a 7.73. So we'll see if that factors in. Here's the replay, Stevie.
Of the Royal Rehab replay, Chris Ferrier, he's pulling it in. Nice high line down to the bottom, up to the top again. Subtle adjustments onto those rails. Doesn't quite do much for him, but he's in second place on the leaderboard at the moment, being beaten by Tomoki Fujiwara by 1.27. So Lee is really trying to improve on his score. He only needs 1.27 to go into the lead and take this division out.
So he scores a 6.33. It's not going to factor into his two-wave score from yesterday, that 15.56. He's got a 7.83 and a 7.73 from yesterday. So what a great throwaway to have a 6.33 as a throwaway. That's every surfer's dream.
Absolutely.
So Chris Waker, that really nice wave that he had, if he would have pulled that out, might have factored in. He's trying to get rid of a 6.50 and a 6.90 from yesterday. That 4.93 is not going to factor in, and that 5.63 also not a factor. He's sitting on a 13.40. I believe on the leaderboard he's in 5th place.
That is correct, yes.
So he would squeak into the semis. Happy 15th birthday to Lee's son, Jet. We want to throw out a happy birthday to Lee Ferrier's son, Jet. 15th birthday today. He's probably a big handful right there.
Happy birthday, dude. Hope you are celebrating well by watching your dad absolutely tear the bag out of it here in Byron Bay.
Yeah, Dad's doing all right.
Now, currently looking at the leaderboard, Tomoki Fujiwara from Japan in 1st place, Lee Ferrier from Australia sitting in 2nd, and Jesse Belauer from the USA in 3rd.
We'll see Jesse's heat next. Looks like yellow maybe scratching into that, but Jesse had some nice scores yesterday. I think he's sitting on a 14.6 or something around there.
14.8.
Okay, I was close.
You were very close.
Just going off of memory right there. So
that's pretty impressive.
Trying to keep up with the Joneses here. You know, gotta have the facts, man.
That's it. Well, we definitely missed you in the booth when you were competing. And here goes yellow. Doesn't quite make it into that one. Danny Boyd from Australia. But that's okay. He's right in a great position to get back out there.
He might even be able to stack up right on this one.
Thankfully, doesn't go for that one. Looks like it was a bit of a closeout. We can see that the northerly wind has definitely picked up a little bit more surface texture on the water out there, letting us know that.
Yep, and that's one of the reasons why we won't run tomorrow. The wind will be running the wrong way, but Saturday and Sunday, the wind forecast is really cleaned up. It's forecast to be offshore, really forecast offshore all day on Sunday. So we're hoping that stays true. And you can see a little bit of texture, a little bit of difference from yesterday to today. The energy is more, the wind is a little bit more jumbled up, and you can see kind of cascades down.
Yeah. We've got the east-southeast swell direction today, so as we were just looking at that drone shot there, basically the swell is coming directly from the right-hand side of the screen in that earlier shot, kind of pushes through and wraps around the cape as we see live action. Chris Waker, beautiful wave, nice and open face there, really great redirection into the curl of the wave, into the powerhouse, rides it out nice and smooth. That's going to be a really nice wave, hopefully improving on his 4.93 score.
So again, he's trying to replace some sixes from yesterday, a 6.90 and a 6.50. So knowing that this is the second round of a round robin, good wave selection. Chris dropping in, using his elbows to draw his line, staying high on the wave. Nice cut back line right there. Trying to stay up in the pocket. Stays nice and close to the power. Has a nice ride in. So we'll see if that factors in. Again, he's trying to get rid of a 6.50 and a 6.9 from yesterday. We'll see what that does. And a 6.77. Bye-bye to the 6.50 from yesterday and hello to a 6.77 into your score line. Now, it's not a huge jump, but 0.2 of a point, quarter of a point, it's a 0.27 increase. These heats come down to a 0.1 of a point. You can see how close it is, Stevie, between third and fourth place. It's literally less than a half a point. It's 0.47. So it's this is all close. This is all very close. About a half a point exactly between Chris Waker's combined score from yesterday and Jack Curfey's combined score from yesterday. So all of these scores, 0.1 of a points count, man, and they go towards making it to the final, and the top 8 will make it to the semis.
Fantastic. As we go back to some live action here, Lee Ferrier on another screamer. He's got really nice wave selection. Unfortunately, it just closed out in front of him there, and he knew it. He needs to get back out there. He's got 8 minutes on the clock left.
I think
Sorry,
he's pretty
6 minutes on the
comfortable. He knows he's got some really good scores. Nice looking wave at first. Kind of ran out in front of him, got kind of stuck behind that bump right there, and just came unglued. So I think he knows, okay, if it's not going to give me a high 6 or a 7, 8-ish, I think he needs to go excellent. He's got some really good scores already on the board from yesterday, a combined 15.56. So he's got some great scores.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like Danny Boyd, he is missing out so far on the semi, so he only needs a 0.3 difference to make it into the semi-final. So he'll be hungry for a really nice ride. He's only got 1 score on the board at the moment, so he's ready to show us what he's made of and see if he can secure his place into the semis.
Yeah, like I said, Stevie, every little bit counts, and it's going to come down to a 1/10 of a point, if you can make it into the final or not, or the semifinal, excuse me.
A little flurry on the screen there, as we can see some stacked lines rolling on in, with just going on 5 minutes remaining in this heat. Beautiful overshot of the drone, my favorite perspective there.
We got one more heat after this, Stevie. It's an early day today. It looks like yellow kind of trying to scratch into that. They're not even going to get real close to that. But one more heat. The heat will be Jesse Belauer, Bailey Vandenhoeven, and Cliff O'Gralton.
And here we go, surfer in yellow, Danny Boyd on his second wave, pulls in, really nice bottom turn there, subtle adjustments, riding it out, riding it through. Going to come into the beach, into our safety crew there. I don't know if he's going to have time to get another one to get back out there.
Yeah, 4 minutes it's going to be a challenge.
But it was his second wave, so that is going to factor in for his score for this heat. I don't know. You've got the scores from yesterday?
Yeah, he's looking to better a 2.50, so he already did that. 5.77 was his high score from yesterday, so he's living on that 3.67 right now and that 5.77, which would put him somewhere around 10 points.
Nice. And then, of course, the sitting in 8th place at the moment is Bailey Vandenhoeven, and he's up in the next heat. So it's anyone's game. It's really, as you said, it's so tight between all of these competitors. And whether we've got a replay happening right now on the screen of our surfer in white, Lee Ferrier, hits the lip there and just slips off the side.
Yeah, it looks like Lee's just going for a surf.
He's just having a good time.
6.33 is going to not factor in, so he's living on that 7.83 and a 7.73 from yesterday. So even though he's had some nice rides, that 4.83 and that 6.33 are not going to factor in. He had a 15.56 yesterday in round 1 of the 2-round robin. And he's just cruising. Denny's just like, you know what? It's a nice day on the beach. Maybe we'll just go cruise up the coast. I don't know if there's enough time for me to get back out. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. But you can see the conditions here holding up. His team in yellow, pusher, catcher. Both of them kind of cruising, seeing if they're going to make an attempt to get back out to the outside or just maybe something on the inside. But it is top 8 will move forward to the semifinals. There is the Jesse and Jesse team, Jesse Belauer and Jesse Baxter, longtime champs, coming out here. He won this event last year. Those two came out here and just crushed it. You know, Lee Ferrier was here last year. Also, Cliff O'Gralton. Really heavy competition last year. I believe also Claudio Morales was here last year. A couple of really heavies in the division. And Jesse was able to come out on top. He wants to defend that title. We got about 1 minute 40 left. And look at these lines coming in. Jesse going over one I'm sure he would have loved to take off on. It's like, man, let's just sit right here and wait for that next one. So the thing about Jesse Baxter and Jesse Belauer is that patience, man. Those guys have the most patience, and they'll outweight you for the best set of the day. And the knowledge that both of them have, they don't even have to talk to each other half the time to know which wave to take, where to be, the whole situation. And it looks like whoever that was came unglued. I think that might have been blue.
I believe so, yes.
So that was a no-go. That won't be a score.
We've just gone under 1 minute remaining for this heat. It'll be interesting. I don't know if the surfer in yellow, Danny Boyd, decided to paddle back out or not, but we do have the competitors of the next heat of this division out in the water for our final heat of the day. They are going to try and go back out. Don't know if that's a great idea with 30 seconds left on the clock.
Hey, it shows the heart and the
it.
will that this team has right here. They're not willing to sit on the beach and white. Lee Ferrier down the line. Taps the top, comes down, finishes that out with a nice exclamation point. We'll see if that factors in again. 7.83 from yesterday, 7.73. Chris Waker trying to get into a last-minute buzzer beater with a few seconds left. And blue streaking across there. Mark Leslie with a buzzer beater at the end, trying to replace a 4.83. His high from yesterday. We'll see if that factors in. That is the end of this heat. We have the last heat of the day coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to cut away to a commercial. We'll be right back.
Looking good, eh?
Cano. What do you think, Nonna? Giramento de K.
From big jobs to even bigger jobs, get the Keno feeling.
Welcome back, Adaptive Surf fans. This is the BrightSky Australian Pro Adaptive Surfing Championships presented by Forward Ability Support. Last heat of the day of day 2 of competition. Ben Way in the booth with Charles Chaka Webb. Looks like we had a little action during the ad break. We're going to check out this first wave of white. Bailey Vandenhoeven, Team Van Dan. Nice big drop on this one. And conditions are really shaping up, giving these guys some transition where the flats were bottoming out earlier on the high tide. And look at this. Nice redirection.
Ooh.
Taps that one.
If he could have made it out of that, get a little better, nicer score on that one.
So Bailey was in my Royal Rehab after comp party zone yesterday, putting out the requests from his Spotify. And out in the water with him, we have Mr. Life Rolls On. 30th anniversary of his accident. Jesse Bila representing USA. And Cliffo Geralton up and riding. Sea Captures. What is his? Sea Capture Sports. Sea Captures. Cliffo is an amazing sports photographer. And he takes amazing shots of surfers, bodyboarders, and motocross riders. He's from Tuncurry, surfing 16 years before his accident. He had 17 years off and came back to win the 2024 Australian Parasurfing title, bronze medal in the 2024 ISA, and team medal bronze that same year for Team Australia. And now you can see these guys are really huffing up the beach to get these guys back into position. How's the current been in the last couple of heats, Chukka?
It's been good. Not too bad.
Amazing. It's
just the wind is a little bit of a factor today. It's not as generous as it was yesterday. Yesterday we had some really favorable wind, and not so much today. The wind is slightly off today, so I'm going to be checking the scores from yesterday. And Cliff is trying to replace a 6.50, which he did with that 6.83. He's got a 7.83 from yesterday as well. Jesse Blauer sitting on a 7.50 from yesterday and a 7.30. So right now, Cliffo jumping up the board into 4th place. Top 8 are going to move up into the semifinals. So as it sits right now, you got White taking off right there.
Yep, Bailey Vandenhoeven's second ride. Nice run on this one. Big, steep drop. Love the look of that board, keeping that nose up out of the water. And he is bringing it back. So it looks like he's on those soft top float boards from England.
Yeah, those things are
very
so good.
Cool. It's got that chest wedge, helps these guys keep their vision up. A lot of these riders don't have the strength to pick their head up and keep that vision. So
chest plate, nice down the line vision by Bailey, making that little ledge right there, not digging the nose or digging any rails, riding it out in the foam, redirecting, trying to get that reform on the inside, another redirect in the foam, and he's just cruising.
So Bailey, part of the Gold Coast Parasurfers crew, along with Kai Collis, Johnny Konings, Annie Goldsmith, and a few others.
Bailey is sitting on a 5.0 from yesterday and a 4.73. He's going to, Jesse Blauer.
Got Jesse blazing through this one. He's going to fade it back, knowing that you have that inside opportunity. It's a little rolled there, but that's the opening ride for Mr. Life Rolls On.
Jesse trying to replace some bigger scores from yesterday, a 7.50 and a 7.30. So he's going to have his work cut out for him. But Cliffo making his job hard. Right now, Jesse's sitting in 4th place. Top 8 move forward into the semis. So right now, it looks like Jesse's pretty secure, but you want the seeding. You want that top seed. So you want to move up right now. Tomoki has moved up into that top seed. Looks like Bailey Vandenhoeven with a 3.50. That is not going to factor in right now. He's trying to replace a 4.73 and a 5.0 from yesterday. So even though these guys are grinding it out right now, Jesse Blauer with a 5.27 on that first ride, that also is not going to factor into his overall score line from round one of the round robin.
So missing Jesse's boys down here. Dad George is here, but Dorian and Co are probably cheering Dad on the live right now. And we're having a great time here in Byron Bay, Australia. Just unbelievable, beautiful waves, beautiful sunshine, and the best vibes on the coast right here in New South Wales.
And that's about 6:30 in California right now, so his boys are probably up watching him, cheering him on.
So that's pretty cool. Lee Ferrier locking in some really nice rides on his son's 15th birthday. Happy birthday again, Jet. 15, those are good times, man.
I can't even remember. So long ago, bro, I can't even remember. So, yeah, it's going to be close, man. It's Tomoki sitting in first seed with a 16.83. Lee Ferrier with a 16.16. Jesse Blauer sitting in third with a 14.80. Cliffo right behind him, better in his situation, adding that 6.83 to his score line, sitting right behind Jesse at a 14.66. So, again, he can better his score line, is better his seeding if he moves up. Christopher Waker, high fives rep, 13.67, sitting in the fifth seed. Jack Curfey, Agent Chaos, making his way into the sixth seed. Matt McLean in the seventh seed. And right now, Bailey Vandenhoeven, if he can hold fast and hold steady, he would squeak into the semifinals, it looks like.
Man, by looking at those top two waves totals, everything is only about a 1.5 between first and sixth place.
Yeah.
So it's just showing the level of talent that we have here. And
one big excellent score changes the whole format of that second through whatever place, you know.
So we got the 15 minutes to decide how that sits. But, man, Tomoki got some really nice waves on that last heat. Everyone's been able to lock into at least one really good wave in their heat today.
Yeah, Tomoki actually got a 9 yesterday and a 7.83 yesterday. So he was really just, like me and Britt were talking about, I think he was just kind of, him and his team were trying to get a better feel for the break, because it sounds like we're not going to move up to Tomos. There's not enough sand. So for Saturday and Sunday, we'll probably stay at Clark's. So I think knowing that, his team was like, hey, you know what, let's just get dialed in. Different tide, different texture, different wind situation. Let's go out and see what we can do. And they did pretty well.
Yeah, and I mean, everyone's been able to get a feel of this sandbar at different tides, different swell, different size, different wind conditions. So everyone's pretty much had a taste of everything that they're probably going to get.
Right.
So it's all up to their surfing now and wave selection, but we know that the high scoring points out there.
Yeah. It's been offering scores all week from yesterday to today, and I imagine that Saturday and Sunday are forecast really nice. Sunday just looks prime time, so I'm really looking forward to it. We get to surf again. This format that Mono has here is giving the 4 guys in wave skis to surf 3 times, not just twice.
That's great.
So we get an extra heat, so we're going to take advantage of that. On Saturday, surf it up as much as we can. Surfing Clark's with 4 guys out, it's a gift. So thank you, Mono. Thank you.
A little less than they were at the pass with us the other morning.
Right, yeah. So not as much danger of me crashing into somebody and smashing my board, but nonetheless, challenging situations, you know, trying to chase down these waves, trying to keep up with the Mike Johnsons and the Jesse Lee Hinsons of the world. They, you know, a lot of experience in the water here, so want to make sure I take advantage and get as much water time as possible.
Yeah, and Richard Thomas, new person to the community, has been riding really well. I don't know where he got that infinity board from.
He got it from Jesse Lee Hinson.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, that's Jesse Lee's first wave ski that he ever had made from Steve Bainey. So that board, imagine the history on that board. Jesse's been all over the world. He's surfed Hawaii. He's took that board everywhere. So
he's going to be using that to surf against Jesse in that heat tomorrow.
Yeah. So Jesse said, "Man, I gave that guy that board. You know, that guy used to be my board." So it just shows the camaraderie and what happens in this industry and this community when you're done with the equipment. It doesn't go in the trash. It gets recycled because a person with a disability can't just go buy a surfboard off the rack unless you're, below the knee amputee. You have to have something custom made for you. So,
speaking of custom made, I know I got a bunch of boards that I put some love into that aren't in the water out there. So those should be start to get passed around.
Well, we saw somebody on one of your boards, didn't we?
Yeah, Kayla Woputz. Did she win the heat?
She did pretty good in the heat. I think she
hasn't been in the water in months. She just gave birth to new twins not too long ago.
Yeah.
And so they just traveled with the twins and her daughter and the kids. And, she was like, I don't know how I'm going to go because I haven't been in the water forever. And, it seems like she got some pretty good waves. I was hoping to be in here to call that heat.
She did. She got a 5.0 and a 3.67 to lead the heat with a combined score of an 8.67.
Love to hear that.
And Grace Kennedy right behind her with a 5.17 combined score. And then Lori Fody had some work to do in that.
Cliffo on a good one. Nice big direction change. Gets that hit. Hits it high up on the lip. Unfortunately catches the side of the nose. But Cliffo, I think it was the 2024. Here we got a replay.
Beautiful ride. Challenge in the top of the wave right there. Drawing his line. Little check turn right there. And sees it. Snaps it. Can't complete it.
I can't remember if it was last year or it was the year before, but one of the first times that I'd seen Cliffo out there competing, he was on what looked like a giant bodyboard shape with a big square nose. I don't know if you remember that. And he was getting barreled off his neck.
No, he's barreled off his neck. He's trying to replace a 6.50, which he did with that 6.83. He's also trying to replace a 7.83 from yesterday. So Jesse Blower screaming down the line.
Driving through this one, looking for a little more reform on the inside. Hanging with that thing. And look at that, just refusing to be knocked off. So that machine that he's on is his Magic Bob Hurley program.
He wants to get back out there.
With some tweaks of my own features. We put a concave deck to sit him down in that one. Concaved out his elbows.
Oh,
that's
we didn't see that big snap he did right there. Wow, that's going to be a fantastical score for Jesse. He was down the line and just did a big snap that we didn't see on that first shot that we had, but we get a great shot of that with the replay. That's going to be a beautiful score for Jesse right there. Might replace one of those 7.3s or 7.5s.
So Jesse's got the same step tail rocker that I have on Kayla's board that lets them lift that whole nose out of the water just by just a slight head movement, almost like the tail on a skateboard.
Right.
And, it's been able to really let him get that nose up on those steep spots and have a little pivot point there.
And Cliffo scoring a 6.33 on that last really nice ride. Look at this beast right here. Oh, my. That was a great wave by Bailey Vandenhoeven, taking off on a bomb, getting caught behind it. But, wow, what a great wave. Jesse Blower scoring a 6.90. That is not going to factor in for him. But look at this replay.
Man, that was a big step right there. And just showing how that float nose rocker, they got that nice flip in the nose, just cleared it and allowed him to go down that big elevator right there.
So Jesse, with that beautiful ride, that big snap, 6.90. Still falling short of the scoreline from yesterday. Cliffo replacing one of his waves from yesterday, but not able to replace the other one. Cliff had a 7.83 yesterday, so that 6.83 will factor in, but that 6.33 will be a throwaway. How about these guys having throwaways of 6.90s and 5 point this and 6 point that?
Gotta love that. And here we go. Cliffo, nice late one. We got that double up, banks it off the section, keeps the nose out, and this is where that transition starts to build up on the inside. Basically, everyone's just trying to make it to the chair as quick as they can to get back up to the top of the peak. And he's on Daz's shapes. We got a bunch of riders on the D-Bird shapes. And
that
great equipment under his...
Sorry about that.
No worries.
That last ride, and here's Cliff's last ride right here. Down the line, gets that snap, keeps the nose up, Nice replay for him. That might factor in for him. Bailey Vandenhoeven, his last score, a 3.27, that big giant drop that he did. He does have a 4.33 on the board. That's not going to factor in. He's living on a 4.73 and a 5.0 from yesterday. So a lot of action in this heat. A lot of good waves, but not a lot of them factoring in. These guys got good scores from yesterday that are holding.
Yeah, it's strange. It just seems like it's just towards the back half of this heat started to fill in, and we're starting to see that tide get up over the lump. But I was expecting a little bit higher tide towards the end of the day and having a little bit more water under these guys to open up those shoulders, but it's coming in pretty late, and we're ending early.
Well, that's the thing, is we're ending 3 hours early than we ended yesterday. So if you gave it another hour and a half, I bet you'd fill in and we'd have some juicy connectors on the inside.
These guys are going to have a ton of fun if they want to go out there and do some free surf and practice for the upcoming days.
Yeah, and you got
we're going to have some really good surf all the way till sunset.
Nice set coming in right now. See if anybody can take advantage of what's coming through right now. But this is the last heat of the day. Want to announce tomorrow is a lay day, but the event site is open. We'll be serving breakfast and lunch to the athletes and the volunteers. So you guys come down, come to the event site. DJ Benway is going to make an appearance at the Royal Recovery Tent.
Royal Rehab,
excuse me. And he's going to be jamming DJ Benway tunes.
I'm going to be there in about 30 minutes, man. We're going to catch all these surfers as they come up the ramp. We did it yesterday. It was a lot of fun.
Tonight and tomorrow at the Royal Rehab Tent, rocking it out.
I think with all these guys having a lay day tomorrow and an early afternoon, I think we're going to be ripping around the town tonight. I think somewhere's going to blow up.
So going to the service center, bro.
Better duct tape your underwear on because it's going to be a big party tonight.
Service Center has the best honey shrimp in town, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Big jumbo honey shrimps.
They also have some of the cheapest beers, so
I wouldn't know.
That place is going to be probably within my budget. So
there you go.
No matter what, you should start your night out the Surfaces Club to not drain your wallet.
So we will be around town checking it out. All the athletes have a day off tomorrow, but again, the event site's open. Please come down tomorrow, check it out. Cheer these guys on, talk to them, hear their stories. Check out DJ Benway. He'll be rocking the house. We'll be having a dance party.
I'm also going to take a little field trip up to the top right of our screen. They got a rainforest over there, national park, and it's one of the oldest rainforests in the entire world. And so we're going to go take a little spin up there, check out some of the nature. I haven't really broken off of the block the 3 years that I've been here.
Sure.
So take a little spin, but I will definitely be floating around. If all our gang is here, that's the place to be.
Yeah, been fortunate. My better half, my wife, has gotten to venture around a little bit with Alex and go check out some of the cool stuff around and get out of the town. Deb Ginger's been a generous host in taking them and cruising them around and showing them some of the local cool towns and real awesome places that are close to around here. So
I'm seeing Zane Stewart's back on the scene. He smacked his nose on the reef this morning helping out, volunteering, and he's already back and ready to party.
He's back, definitely. Doesn't look very happy, that's for sure. But if we can put a smile on his face, we will. Zane always helping out the community, one of the really amazing people here in Byron, super awesome cat and son of the legend Mono Stewart. So we want to just say thanks, Zane.
I've already nominated him for mayor for 2032.
So just want to say thank you, Zane, for the sacrifice, brother. It's always, other volunteers giving up the life and limb, man, the skin and bones to get us out there and help us achieve our goals and dreams, man. And this is kind of what happens. Sometimes people get nicked up, and unfortunately he took a rock to the face, kind of helping somebody, a big, and got his nose jacked up a little bit, back to the hospital and back here in about an hour and a half. So,
man, when you're out there in your competition mode, man, it is, here we go, Bailey rolling into this one. And just a little bit of bump on there. But yeah, when you're in that high adrenaline mode of keeping people safe, giving them the best competition chance that they have, getting them back in a position, you forget about yourself, and all of a sudden you're either winded, getting worked yourself, or whatever it takes.
Or bleeding out of your face.
Or kissing the rocks, whatever you got to do.
So, but we just always are appreciative of all the volunteers that give up. And there you got a couple of volunteers right there. One athlete, one volunteer. That's Seb.
That's Seb from Royal Rehab.
From Royal Rehab.
So I think he was. Out there pushing for Lee Farrier's seat. So he's still hanging out.
Well, that explains why Lee's wave selection was so good.
Yeah, and when you have this prone assist classification, it is the rider and the pusher deciding on what waves they want. And I think Bailey picked off a really nice one here, making that connection, finding his way through. He's been getting some of the longest rides in this heat. And, big fan of his riding. And also I'm a fan of those float boards, man. That's something that is off the market and ready completely to get these guys in high-performance prone surfing. That's one of the best designs I've seen.
Nice line. We got one donated to us from Roy Tuscany at High Fives Foundation for Stoke for Life. We've used it at our surf camps. Had an athlete borrow the board for the ISAs in November. So super stoked. Bailey ripping that one. Gets a 4.47. That's going to increase he's going to drop that 4.7.
Here comes Jesse, mate.
3.
So Jesse rolling into this one. He's going to make it over the bump here. Gets that, taps the section, refuses to get pushed out the back of that one. And he is riding the roof of that buggy right there as he pulls through that one. And that has been such a trouble section as you get that double up that pushes all the riders over the back. Jesse took a great line to get over that lump and bring it in.
Yeah, so want to say that Bailey increased his score line, drops his 4.73 with a 4.77. Just slight, but he's kind of stoked. That might hold him in 8th place, and he might just squeak into the semis because he's in that 8th seed right now. So if the scores hold true and nobody jumped him from the bottom, then Bailey Vandenhoeven.
Well, you know what, Chaka? How good of a second day of competition, kind of a half day of competition, if you will. But, man, we got a lot of things done. A lot of people moved around, and we are getting closer and closer to the money zone. And great to have you. Great to have Britt and Stevie in the booth. And thanks again to everyone in Byron. All of our sponsors, the ASP, First Nations Lifeguards, Surfing Australia, Byron Central Osteopathy, High Fives Foundation, Byron Bay Services Club, Thomas's Foods, Forwardability Support, BrightSky, of course, Kendrick's Hire, Sargood on Collaroy, Rumia Self-Storage, Wave Ski Adventures, Mugraw, Reflections Holiday Parks, and Royal Rehab. We'll see you at the Royal Rehab for my after party in just about 5 minutes.
Who'd you forget?
I forgot you. Stoked for Life, didn't I? I always do that.
Special
thanks for
it's
Stoked for
gravy,
Life.
Baby.
And Life Rolls On, celebrating Jesse's 30-year anniversary of making this platform for us. So we thank you guys for viewing, and a lot more action to come. Tomorrow's a lady. Come down and hang out with us.
Yee-hoo.